The sport of rowing has a diversity problem, but there are programs around the world working to change that. Rowing Blazers and Wintec have partnered to design a boat that gives back. The racing shell features Wintec carbon construction, Rowing Blazers stripe on the deck, a custom interior, as well as a Rowing Blazers boat cover and sculling blades. For every boat sold, we'll be donating a boat to a rowing program focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
Hello and welcome back to the afternoon session here for day 3 of racing at the 2021 U.S. Rowing Masters Championships. We're getting underway with a exciting final here with the mixed B double. 6 boats already underway, well within to their start here.
We had quite a few athletes here in these reps from this morning, with even a photo finish between OKC River Sports athletes DeLong and Cook and the Free Radical Composite crew of Bats and Nino de Rivera Frost. To look out for another tight battle between those two crews. We'll see if any of them were holding back in the heats and potentially coming out with a little bit of a bolder race plan here for this afternoon. High stakes, the medals are at stake.
And with medals on the line, we're seeing an aggressive start here from the Lookout Composite double there in lane 4. That white boat out up ahead. Looks like they may have just broken contact with Hack and Holmgren of Everett Association. Next to them in lane 3. Over all the way to the left, we have Sylvan Scullers, then OKC River Sport. Then on the other side, Newport Seabase and the Free Radical Composite boat. So looking at these boats as they cross into the middle part of the race, about to cross the halfway point here. And racing looking pretty tight.
So fun fact about this crew it's a Lookout Composite. It's Heroes Movement of Wyandotte, Michigan, and Lookout, Chattanooga. These two athletes, Megan and David, are personal coaches with Hydro, rowing's only live outdoor reality indoor rower. That is their bio. Thank you for submitting that to Megan and David.
Thank you very much for just adding a little bit of the narrative of what is bringing all of us here to the Masters National Championships.
So true. We all come from such different places, but take a look at us now, all here together in one place, in one final here. We do have that leader in the white boat with the white and yellow blades. Strong leader all the way through this 1,000 meter stretch into the last 250 here.
Flanked on either side by OKC River Sport and Everett Association. Perhaps trying to fight back up, but this Lookout Heroes Movement Composite trying to maintain that lead.
Good seeing these athletes bring the rate up, bring the intensity up, trying to battle one another, responding to their momentum.
It looks like this first and second place boat really matching the rate here.
And it'll be that orange boat from OKC, the blue unis from Everett. But unchallenged will be that Lookout Composite, our Hydro personal coaches, then Everett, then OKC River Sport. OKC River Sport was one of those photo finishes from this morning's heat. There just are some adrenaline junkies looking for some exciting finishes here. Clearly, they love to have a close finish at the end of this 1K stretch.
We love when we keep the margins tight.
Coming up next, we have the mixed D quad final. And all of these athletes did have to compete through the heat stage this morning. So we have the fastest of the fast here from left to right in lane 6, Catawba. Lane 5, a Vesper Composite crew. In lane 4, Greenwich. In lane 3, 612 Endurance. In lane 2, Austin. In lane 1, Sarasota County.
I feel like it's a little bit of a welcome relief to have some cloud cover here. Sun was fully present through the morning heats.
We have a fast and furious start here from the field. Already some separation even across those first 5 strokes. Looks like your early leader will be 612 Endurance, followed very shortly behind by crews to their left. Will be Vesper Composite slightly behind, maybe a seat down at this stage in the race, coming up to the first 250-meter buoy, followed then by Greenwich, who's currently having some steering issues, careening towards that Vesper Composite. Hopefully they can correct.
It does look like that boat is starting to straighten out there. Always a really nerve-wracking moment for everyone in that boat, to be sure.
And don't discount this move here from Sarasota County. Definitely still in the mix, just with a couple lanes of separation on the field. It'll be up to those athletes to take quick and non-disruptive looks over to the rest of the field, as they might not be able to feel them with their peripheral vision.
Right, and in a boat with no coxswain, it is up to one of the rowers to kind of call out those margins. Give a shout out if you're walking, if you're losing seats.
And then there are also moments when those rowers will have to remain internal, trying to focus on each other, on all 4 bodies moving together. The blades entering and releasing the water all at one time will only benefit the crew, and finding that speed. Wow, what a performance here from our crew in the middle from 612 Endurance. That crew there in lane 3. They now have about a length of open water on the rest of the field. We'll see how far they can hold it.
It's looking like almost 3 boats across, maybe a slight advantage to this Vesper Composite crew in lane 5, but looking dead even between Greenwich and Sarasota County all the way on the other side.
Good. These crews are approaching the 250 meters to go mark. Some of these crews might have an earlier sprint. If they have a speed coach in their boat, they might be able to kind of create a race plan where they know they're going to have to sprint early if it's close, trying to get that early advantage. As we've talked about, there's a psychological advantage to being up in a rowing race. Obviously, any race, you like to be ahead, sending all kinds of hormones shooting through your body there when you're up on a field. But in rowing, it's especially special because you are looking back at your competitors. You have this advantage where you know you're ahead, and you know you can see their moves, their momentum shifts, and you can better respond when you're ahead. So that early sprint giving a lot of advantage if you can pull it off and remain effective. But it will be 612 Endurance coming across the line for first. A battle between Sarasota County, Vesper Composite,
and Greenwich.
Definitely a photo finish here for that remaining silver and bronze position.
What is it about today that we are ending up with so many photo finishes?
Athletes know it's race day here.
And we're looking back up on the start for another mixed quad, this time the mixed F quad. Another 6-boat race with boats qualifying through the heats this morning.
And just a quick update on times here. So dominant performance from 612 Endurance with time of 3:25, followed by Vesper Composite, who secured the second place position with a time of 3:31.7, followed by a tenth of a second is Greenwich, so that's 3:31.8. And just missing the medals is Sarasota County with a time of 3:33.4. Just a second and a half there between those two crews. And closing out the field, we had Austin with a time of 3:46 and Catawba with a time of 3:50. Again, that's a photo finish for that race between the third and fourth positions.
Hannah, you went through and counted how many photo finishes did we have in this morning's heats?
So we had anywhere from, I believe it was 15 to 17 individual photo finishes. So individual crews that finished within probably about a half a second of each other.
That's wild.
Yeah, so that was in 9 different races that happened. And now our afternoon count in the finals is up to 1 out of 2. That's a 50% rate of photo finish.
Bringing the heat to the afternoon finals here at Masters Nationals. We can see overhead here shots from the mixed quad F category. From left to right, we have Catawba, Cincinnati, Baltimore Composite, Dallas Composite, Malta Composite, and Minneapolis. Early leader here, it does seem to be this red boat, lane 3, Dallas Composite, but overlap with every other boat in this field still.
Great overhead shot. We love to see this drone footage. Thank you to all who make that possible. It's way better than just watching from the shoreline. You get a better look at all bodies moving together, that overhead shot of the angles of the oars.
Yeah, even just a few years ago, we were limited to watching from just maybe one point on the shoreline, maybe 2 if we're lucky enough to have another camera, but now these drones can bring us down the course and let us in on all of the action. It's no longer a secret what happens during the middle of the race. 500-meter halfway point here. All boats crossing pretty
cool.
close.
Great fighting here. We obviously have a front runner there in the red boat from Dallas. It's a Dallas Composite crew. Followed then closely by the Malta Composite crew. Really cool to see all 8 oars moving in unison. You can kind of get a look, and we're trying to find parallel lines here between all of those oars moving not only our bodies but also the equipment in unison, trying to be one cohesive unit. In these bigger team boats, that'll be more and more challenging as we have more individual players. So extra respect and kudos, props to all athletes who have been able to practice and reach this level of rowing where that matching is almost second nature because you've done it just so much.
This leading composite crew made up of athletes from Dallas and OKC Riversport. Really showing a dominant performance here, leading start to finish, barring disaster.
Good, making some noise here for this Dallas Composite crew. And it's going to be a battle between the remaining trailing crews. This is the kind of relentless kind of racing that we like to see. All athletes kind of being stubborn, not willing to let the other crew get away from them. You see in this point in the stage in the race with maybe 2 strokes left, athletes looking over, making sure that they're in position.
Malta Composite finishing next. And I do believe that was the composite of Baltimore.
Great battle there for our third race of the afternoon. Again, any time that's really within that 2 seconds to 3 seconds margin is pretty exciting because it shows us that we have some overlap between all crews. Obviously, it's a dominant performance when we get that open water between the crews that come across the finish line.
Yeah, if we're thinking about this in terms of 500-meter splits, 2 second difference, that's just one split. So sometimes, when we're out there racing, we think, oh, We're the same. I'm just a split off. But here, lining up side by side, that's the difference between gold and silver. Silver and bronze. Podium, no podium.
And it brings us back to that marginal difference that we have to be chasing the pursuit of excellence here. All athletes really being challenged by the competitors that have shown up at this regatta. They have to bring their A game, their 100% effort.
6 singles lined up here, pursuing excellence on their own.
But undoubtedly with a team on shore, motivating factors that kind of get them through these solo races.
Here in the men's lightweight single A category. I mean, there's also a good chance that we have some singles competing here today that may have just car-topped on their own, but we can count on them definitely having some sort of boathouse at home, some club, some sense of community and belonging.
So the single is one of the slowest boat classes, if not the slowest, and especially compared to a quad, which is one of the fastest. This race might actually take a little bit more time to complete, and it gives the athletes a little bit more time to respond to one another, to kind of, I guess, let the race play out. You have moments where in a quad, maybe a crew gets an advantage and they can't fight back in time. There's just not enough room, not enough time. Whereas in the single, you might have an early leader, but you have the time if you trail early on to kind of fight your way back.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest things to learn about rowing in a slower boat class like a single, if you're someone who learned to row perhaps in an 8, is that learning that every part of the stroke is slower, including those catches. Kind of learning how to vary your catch speed to move with the water at the same boat that your boat is moving over it. That's where all of this boat feel comes into it. But a great overhead shot here. All 6 singles off the line. Shirley starting to settle into their base.
A pattern we might start to see here, Mara, is that in the heats, the winner has been seated into either lane 3 or 4. And so obviously people can game the heats in different ways. Some people opt to shut it down and not sprint, so they'll have a little bit of a slower time than if they'd given it a full race rehearsal. Whereas the people that did give that full sprint, gave it their full effort to kind of practice that feeling of all-out racing, they might have had a stronger finish in the heat, and we'll see if these athletes who may have shut it down can come back and shake things up into this final.
Yeah, there are always still a lot of unknowns. We won't know what kind of speed is out there until they show us. Here we can see one of our leaders in lane 3, Greg Kaplan of Vesper. From the last overhead shot, it looked like he was being challenged by lane 4, Cody Webkin of Cincinnati. But the whole field is pretty close. And we know that singles are really responsive to everyone's efforts. And a lot of things can still be shaken up.
So if our seating is correct, we'll see usually our leaders will be in those middle 2 lanes, 3 and 4. For now, it's just lane 3, whereas we have quite a race here between lanes 2, 4, and 5. So to give you a sense of who that is, that's Yuri from Carolina Masters, Cody from Cincinnati, and Will from New Orleans.
Our outside lanes of Hamza and Keith, not too far out of it. I could see Medellin still being well within grasp with a great, well-executed sprint.
We are in the last 250. This is the time to give it everything. This is not the time to hold back. These athletes are going to try to bring their rate up, the intensity up, so that the boat has less time to slow down as you go from stroke to stroke.
That is a good point. When you're taking more strokes per minute, you're giving less time on the recovery for that boat to slow down.
doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to catch our lane 3 sculler from Vesper. Greg Kaplan going to run away with this final here in the men's lightweight A single.
Some great aggressive last strokes here from our winner.
Oh my gosh, Mary, I think we have another photo finish.
Probably.
Looked like just maybe Yuri from Carolina Masters over Cody from Cincinnati for those second and third positions. We'll give you those official results from here now shortly. And if it's within about half a second, we will have a photo finish up on the website for you to take a look at. It looks like that's exactly what we have. So it's actually Cody over Yuri. So Cincinnati coming out with the second place position over the Carolina Masters sculler. Again, those are the unofficial times, so we'll come back to you as soon as we see those have been posted officially with a photo finish.
Looking here at the first couple of strokes for the men's lightweight single AA category. This is a 3-boat race. All 3 boats in this shot here. On the left, we have Darren Garcia in lane 5. In lane 4, Gerard Rolling from New Orleans. And in lane 3, Tristan Height of Cincinnati.
Mara, I forgot to mention in that last race, Cody and Yuri actually had a photo finish in their heat this morning.
What a showdown.
Relentless over here.
Great execution of the first part of the race here from our boat in lane 3, Tristan, and lane 4, Gerard. Really matching each other stroke for stroke. Maybe just the slightest advantage here to Tristan. I always find that sometimes in a single, when you're rowing next to someone side by side, just having that slight advantage where your body is out of view can be huge psychologically against your competitor.
What is the term in cycling? It's front wheeling, when you have the same thing where you're just a little bit ahead, and it's almost infuriating to train with someone like that because you feel like they always have to have that slight edge over you, and it's in a training session, especially when it's just getting the time, getting that heart rate up, it can kind of drive you crazy. In the racing competition, obviously, that's fair game.
Yeah.
But if we were out for a steady state row and this is how we positioned ourselves, I think I would lose my mind.
That's fair.
For 16K, 20K, no thank you.
No, thank you. And Tristan Height building up a little bit of a larger lead over many strokes, but still overlap here with Gerard of New Orleans.
Good, so we're in that third quarter of the race. This is especially in 2K racing, this is the pain cave. This is that third quarter. You're over halfway, but you have a ways to go before you're free, before you're through that finish line. This is really that test of fitness in all athletes to really stay on it and avoid kind of that major slip in speed, trying to stay consistent through that third quarter of the race.
Right, if you're able to maintain that speed through the third quarter, it's a great indication of your fitness. Able to keep on it, maybe not yet building up speed, but maintaining the speed where your competitors might fall behind.
So Gerard there from New Orleans, only 22 years old, so definitely the youngest of this field. Followed then by Tristan, who is 24, and Darren, who's also 24. So this is kind of the young crowd, young and ambitious out here.
Through this final sprint, we've seen Tristan Height of Cincinnati build up a lead. A little bit more open water here to cross the line.
we got blue blades for silver, and then we'll have a blue boat for that bronze position.
Darren Garcia of Lincoln Park crossing the line here. And we're back up at the start here for the women's Cox 4 final, A category. This event is a final only, so first race of this afternoon where athletes went directly to the final. They didn't have to race in those heats this morning. And we're seeing 5 boats here. So visible on the left of the screen, we have San Diego. Then in lane 5, Western Reserve. In lane 4, Lincoln Park. In lane 3, Riverfront Recapture. And lane 2, New Orleans. First strokes here. So first sweep event of the afternoon. One oar per athlete.
They're much longer too. They're heavier oars usually. But I guess the weight distributor between the two hands makes it pretty manageable.
Also larger handle too. As we all know, going to end up with some different calluses.
So this is a final only. All athletes not having to go through the heat this morning is an advantage for sure. Early lead here between the two boats kind of straddling our left turn lanes. We have San Diego with the lead just over Lincoln Park, both of which are trying to get open water on the rest of the field. A pretty commanding lead is to get open water over a field before the halfway point for sure.
No doubt these boats are pushing each other further away from the rest of the field.
This is our first boat with coxswain, so really noticing that little head there poking up is just that little coxswain tucked into the bow deck of the boat. So you can see them looking over, trying to keep their heads low to avoid any disruption to the aerodynamics of the shell.
Speedy.
But undoubtedly these two boats, Lincoln Park and San Diego, battling back and forth here. They're exchanging bow balls. It's a fight here in the third 500. How can you respond when you're challenged here?
It looks like Lincoln Park is maybe building up a few seat advantage.
After a long year of training, starting in the fall, going through winter training, and then the spring, this race really kind of shows how dedicated you've been to your craft of rowing. In this situation, you can see the athletes really rising to the occasion. Lincoln Park now taking the lead with at least 2 seats up on San Diego, hoping to see that San Diego can find that second gear, avoid fracturing in that 4. It's a really hard boat to stay matched in.
Right, because we're just at lower speeds than an 8, our other large sweep boat, it's going to feel a little bit less stable. And then add in the weight of the coxswain. We have a recipe for a boat that can feel a little bit uncomfortable if things aren't going right. Everything going well here for Lincoln Park in the final sprint in the red buoys.
I see you, Bousy, taking a look back. Where is that finish line? How much longer can we hold this crew off? Both Lincoln Park and San Diego charging for that finish line. Even here at full effort, great catches, long strokes. It will be Lincoln Park, then San Diego. What a battle between those two crews. Good race. Next, we'll have that crew from Western Reserve, followed by Riverfront Recapture with open water lead just over New Orleans. So some pretty fast times here for this heat in the day.
Speaking of heat, it does feel cooler. Let's check some weather apps. See if the temperature is in fact lower.
Cloud coverage definitely helping. Shout out to these 2021 U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals cooling towels that we have so fashionably draped around our necks.
Keep them cool. Even though the feels like temperature is 98, which is the same as yesterday.
Thank you, clouds. I appreciate you.
Overhead shot here in our next event already underway. The men's open double C category 6-boat race here. I believe this was another really spicy set of heats this morning.
Let me turn back to our official results.
Seeing some aggressive first strokes of the race overhead here. Our early leader is lane 5, Texas Center, Nifton and Bort Schultz.
Yeah, so we had a pretty tight field here. We had a whole 14 athletes fighting for these coveted top 6 positions. We had one of our 9 races with a photo finish in the Heat 2 between Atlanta and Atlanta. So the McGuire and Owens pairing just edged out Hall and Barnett. So they fought to get here. Let's see how they take advantage of the opportunity to race this afternoon.
From that overhead shot, we had a nice look of all of those boats. It looks like the rates are not coming down. Everyone maintaining some pretty high stroke rates through the body of this piece, hunting down those medals. Beginning to see a little bit more separation here. Texas Rowing Center in lane 5, still maintaining a slight lead, but Riverside next to them, fighting back. And then Austin over there in lane 2, in that 3rd place position currently.
Matching in the double is one of the most crucial things, maybe after a pair. The pair can be a little bit wonky if the matching is off, whereas in a double you still have the instability of just 2 athletes. Smaller boat feels a lot tippier, and you have to match the movements and the equipment together. So whether it's timing your catches together, making sure you're finding suspension from the beginning, or maybe matching up your mid-drives to the finish.
It does look like we've had a lead change here with the double from Riverside now leading in this last 250. Again, aggressive stroke rates here, even higher now in the last strokes. Laying it all out there, trying to take the win.
These doubles are hauling down the course. What do you think they're out of 42?
Wild speculation.
I don't have a stroke coach. I'm sorry. It looks high. Good, and all crews coming across the line here. But it will be Riverside in first over Texas Center in second for that gold versus silver medal place. Following with Austin, that Kelly and Bandholz crew taking that bronze position. Coming up, we have the women's open C single final. So we're back to those solo boats, those solo racers representing their clubs, representing their hometowns, representing their families, whatever you want, but single scullers coming down the course. From Atlanta, we have Karen Lobin Perkins in lane 6, Lauren Crandall from Cincinnati in lane 5, Megan Gradek from College Club Seattle in lane 4, Melissa Hilton from Vesper in lane 3, Ahili Hardy from Riverfront Recapture in lane 2, and Ann McCormick from Rock City in lane 1.
All of these boats earning this spot in the final through this morning's heats.
Started with 9, now we're down to 6.
Can see here as the boats are locked onto the stake boats, how much those singles do have to do tiny adjustments to maintain that point. But not too much of an adjustment, or you're going to pull yourself away from that person laying down on the stake boat. All 6 boats lined up here. Then a liner over there to the left. One of the race officials looking out, giving instructions to our stake boat holders. Incredible volunteers there.
And we have a start here watching these first 5 strokes. The single is one of the smallest boats that we have, and it actually gives the opportunity to have big full strokes, as the boat will get up to speed a lot quicker than these bigger, heavier boat classes. So some of these athletes might opt in for those kind of half slide and then lengthen strokes rather than kind of the big boat 3/4 half, 3/4 full. It might just be 3/4 and full.
Yeah, just making sure that you can build up a little bit of speed, find that stability from the hull just running through the water.
Also rhythm. I feel like the start is kind of crucial for finding that race pace rhythm, something that you can kind of get into, you can kind of sustain for a long period of time.
Again, we're seeing some aggressive stroke rates here from overhead. Early leader is Melissa Hilton of Vesper in lane 3. And then Ann McCormick of Rock City in lane 1. And just behind her will be Megan Gradek of College Club Seattle.
We have pretty tight race there for 4th, 5th, and 6th positions. Obviously not medal positions, but nonetheless, you are on the grandstand that is Masters Nationals. All of these scullers really fighting all the way down the course. We're approaching the halfway mark. I usually call that second quarter of the race the first battle of the race. We have many battles throughout the piece, but you have the adrenaline of the first quarter, the fight of the second quarter, and then it gets gritty in that 3rd quarter of the race. This is the Pain Cave. We welcome you to it. Melissa just extending her lead here on the field.
Looking pretty relaxed. Pretty relaxed recovery here. This lead, no doubt, being built up by her efficiency and her skill.
Good. Watching this battle between the 2 sides of our screen. So we have, let's see, Megan Gradek here, lane 4, battling with Ann McCormick. They do have 2 lanes in between them. Hard to feel one another. You have to take a look out with maybe a full tilt of the head. trying not to disrupt the run of the boat. Obviously, looking outside the boat can really disrupt the speed of your boat.
Our leader from Vesper looking strong here. About 10 strokes left to go. Second place, Megan Gradek, perhaps bringing up the stroke rate a little bit, saying no one else is going to take this from me. This place is mine.
Classic pink there from Megan Gradek. Clearly gives her some free speed. We already have the next race underway. We have the men's open E-double final.
It's a 6-boat race here. All of these athletes coming in through the heats this morning. Closest to the shore, we'll have lane 6, Chinook, lane 5, Detroit, lane 4, Row Boston Composite, lane 3, Riverfront Recapture, lane 2, Texas Center, and lane 1, 612 Endurance.
Shout out to that high vis hat here. Seems to be doing wonders for our crew coming up. Potentially our early leader in this race. It's like it's lane 4. That'll be our Row Boston Composite. Followed by Riverfront Recapture. Shout out to Doug. Doug and I go way back, don't worry. And then on the other side, we have Detroit in a strong fight for that second place medal, currently sitting in 3rd. In those outside lanes, the battle for 4th place is between what looks to be Chinook and Texas Center. And maybe just trailing out of picture is 612 Endurance in lane 1 on the far right side of our screens. You can see that bow seat from Riverfront Recapture taking a peek over. You can see that they've walked at least 2 seats here. But this crew here from a Row Boston Composite boat, unstoppable here as they lengthen out their lead in the most difficult point in the race, just leading into that last 250. You can tell they might be feeling that kind of racer's high. When you're up, you're ahead, you feel so confident, you might feel unstoppable. We'll see if they can keep it efficient, keep it clean as they come into the last 20 strokes of the race. But that is Row Boston Composite crew in lane 4 with the lead. Battling it out is still Riverfront Recapture and Detroit. Oh, and it looks like Texas Center really making a move here, leaving Riverfront Recapture down.
We're watching here on the screen as the rate comes up.
Where has this Texas Center boat come from?
Wow.
It's going to come to the line. Texas Rowing Center with a fiery last 250, surpassing Riverfront Recapture. Looks like our Detroit crew may have stopped a little bit early. We hope they're okay. It is hot out here, so all athletes trying to take their fueling, hydration, and cooling very seriously.
Reminder to everyone to make sure that your sunscreen is on. You're taking in some electrolytes. Staying cool.
It's also pretty hot, so if you're going to apply sunscreen, make sure your skin is dry before you do it. Otherwise, there's no point.
Good luck with that one. Ooh, we're watching some 8s row up on the other side. Looking forward to those boats coming down.
Here we go. A duel.
Actually, 8's coming down right now. Just a side-by-side 8's race here. A little appetizer for some events to come. We have 2 Chinook boats here in lanes 4 and lanes 5.
Again, Chinook based out of Millington, Maryland. Since we have a pretty intense duel, we'll give you some background into who these athletes are. So on the right side, we have the boat with Cunningham. So we have Cunningham, Jill Martin, Lamb, Friel, Hunt, Cody, Moore, Glover, and Wright. And now on the right side of our screens from this drone footage, we have the other Chinook boat with Kate Lockhart, Debbie Pienko, Kim Wilson, Kristen Chadwell, Lisa Hafner, Emily Belding, Deborah Davis, Kimberly Goforth, and Freya Pollock.
Two 8s side by side.
Let's go over the kind of positions in this boat. So obviously there are some tropes about all seats in an 8. You have the stroke seat, good at setting down a rhythm, something consistent, something easy to follow and predictable. You have 7 seat, who I would argue can be as influential in that kind of rhythm setting. Needs to be able to back up the stroke seat so they are one unit as a pair. And we kind of have the engine room of middle 4.
Traditionally some of the strongest people in the boat.
A privilege to be up there in 5 and 6 pair. And then of course we have the 2 halves of the boat, so stern 4 and bow 4 merging together in that engine room of the middle 4. So really important that those middle 4 are together in unison so that we don't have 2 halves of the boat rowing separate races.
Right, that 4 seat responsible for kind of being, stroke seat of the bow 4. And finally back there, you will have your bow pair.
Typically the smaller athletes in the boat, they sit up a little bit higher, just the way the hull is kind of shaped. They're typically most influential in setting the boat, so obviously it's a long hull, so it's very disruptive if that whole boat tips over to one side. So those 2 rowers really trying to match their timings at both the catch and the finish, and all 8 rowers really, but especially the bow pair, trying to have level hands across the drive, a slight tap down, not smiting anyone, excuse me, but a slight tap down from all 8 rowers just to get the blade out of the water, trying to hit that mark at the finish.
These boats staying pretty level all the way down, both at a pretty high rate. So this racing is no doubt pretty aggressive. Both boats being relentless here into the last 10 strokes.
These coxswains really giving it everything here, telling her crew where they are, what they need to do.
The
It'll be lane 4.
In lane 4. Looking as they came over the line as though maybe they were just doing a little bit better of a job getting the blades in before that change of direction. Just being a little bit more efficient and getting more power per stroke. There's so many variables there in the 8. A lot of things could have been going on.
Our next race will be the men's Open G single final. It'll be a 6-boat race. These athletes all threw down this morning. They kind of came into a random field without as many expectations. Maybe they've seen each other before. Maybe some rivalries. We don't know. You didn't put it in your bio, so Who's
and
to
talk
say?
about it.
Wild accusations here. Please fill out your bios. Thank you. But we have a start here. We have from left to right Dave Downey, William McRae, Stan Vagar, Michael Shea, Dylan Schley, and Ron Kern. Early leaders of Dave, Stan, and Michael. So William McRae representing Austin in Austin, Texas. Stan representing San Diego. Michael representing Atomic. Shout out to our home course hosts from Atomic. And then Dan Schley representing Saugatuck in Connecticut.
It looks like here in lane 4, Stan of San Diego building up a slight lead. Again, his body just disappearing from the sight of his closest competitor, Michael Shea, over there from Atomic in lane 3. That can be a huge benefit to him psychologically. From this angle, we can kind of see the differences in the way that the drive progresses. What parts are the fastest, what parts are the slowest? No right answer here, as we are rowing the single, very individualized. Our leader here finding a little bit more in the top quarter, whereas second place finding more through the middle drive and into the body.
So that catch position is going to feel like the heaviest position in the stroke. Your boat slows down from the finish all the way up to the catch on the recovery. So by the time you get up to take your next stroke, the boat is going a heck of a lot slower than it was when you finished the last one. So really trying to make sure you're leveraging your whole body weight, trying to get straight arm hang, shoulders in front of the hips, pushing the legs. Trying to get that suspension is going to be key for the single, especially as the race is a little bit longer than the other events. That fitness and using all that you have rather than wasting energy is going to really pay off.
And Stan Vagar here continuing to build up his lead. But still, Michael Shea is in contact here.
Go ahead and check out this battle here for the bronze position. We have Ron Dan over there on the top of our screens, and challenging on the bottom of our screens, we have this battle. We have both William McRae and Dave Downey challenging over there in the lanes closest to shore.
All boats here in the red buoys in the final 250.
Here we go. If you're on shore, make some noise. These athletes are in the last 20 strokes of their race. They've taken about 80 to 90 strokes so far to get here. Beautiful, nice, long, straight arm hang here, even in the sprint strokes, even when it gets stressful, chaotic at the end, keeping that high technical standard is going to pay off, especially in the single. And will be our San Diego sculler, Stan Vagar with first, followed by Michael Shea from Atomic. Shout out to our hometown hosts. Next, Dave Downey with the bronze position. Was Dan Schley from Saugatuck taking that third place position for a majority of the race, just out sprinted in the very end by Dave Downey.
Dave over there in lane 6, a little bit further away from some of the other action in this race.
What do we call that? A sneak attack.
That was a real sneak attack. Just kind of under the radar. And an athlete with a great internal motivation.
Good. So coming up, we have a big string of final-only events. So that means that these athletes did not have to square up against each other in the heats this morning. They might have raced a different event.
but the first time that we are laying eyes on them in these lineups.
From left to right, we have Capital in lane 7, Three Rivers in lane 6, New Haven in lane 5, Nashville in lane 4, Riverfront Recapture in lane 3, and Texas Rowing Center in lane 2. Again, this is the Coxed Quad.
A club event. So athletes all from their local areas competing with their local clubs. Looking overhead here, we can see everyone is sitting up somewhere in the middle of the slide. Blades squared and buried, waiting for the drop of that flag. And we saw it there, the flag dropped. First strokes here. Love being able to hear the intensity of a coxed race coming off the line.
You just make out that cox in there, just tucked into the bow deck.
Leading from the very first stroke in lane 5, New Haven. You can see them there just at the bottom of the screen. From this overhead angle, we're able to look out, see how much the oar is outside the boat. You can see those hands getting outside the gunnels, that great rotation around the pin. In a sweep event, getting that full extension takes so much trust in your fellow boatmates. But this New Haven boat here looking good.
Take a look at these conditions here, Mare.
Couldn't ask for anything much more. Our camera here showing us the 500-meter halfway point, entering that crucial third quarter of the race, where any moves we see are going to come from fitness. Boats on opposite sides of the field here look to be pretty even for second place. That is Capital over there on the left and Texas Rowing Center on the right. So even though they are pretty even, hard to say exactly what the margin is from up above here, they're not able to see each other at all. Good thing those coxes are there.
Coming past the tents here on shore, let's make some noise. We have your front runner, New Haven, then Capital and Texas Center charging for that second place. Let's see if they can push each other far enough to maybe even contend for gold. We'll see how effective these athletes can be during the sprint phase of the race. We're in the last 250 meters. It's all about bringing up the level of intensity, making sure the boat stays together as a unit, matching up every piece of the stroke. Coxswains motivating their athletes, undoubtedly trying to ask them to give a little bit more, just 1% more, trying to find maximum speed here, maximum effort. Nothing left as you cross this finish line here in the last 5 strokes. It appears it will be New Haven for gold. Now, Mare, it's too close to tell. I don't know who's going to take this. Capital versus Texas Center.
Opposite sides. Oh, it will be Texas Rowing Center here for second place and Capital for third.
Looking like Texas Center just a little bit more effective in that last 250 meters, pulling away. finishing out the field, we had Three Rivers for 4th place, Nashfield for 5th place, and currently we have Riverfront Recapture coming down the course, entering their last 10 strokes. Great race there in that men's club G through K age category, Coxed 4. Next up, we have the women's lightweight A through C category quad final. Again, final only. This is the first time these crews in these lineups will face off against each other. In lane 6, we have Chinook. In lane 5, we have Texas Rowing Center. In lane 4, Capital from Washington, D.C. In lane 3, we have Lincoln Park. And in lane 2, we have Austin. And we have a start.
First strokes here. I know I personally am glad to see the return of a little bit of overcast here, keeping all of us a little bit cooler. Two boats looking pretty close here over on the left side of the screen.
We have two boats in one lane there. Looks like our crews on the left of our screen, Chinook and Texas Center, sharing one lane. Definitely not big enough for two. This world ain't big enough for the both of us. Hopefully Chinook will get out of that lane, back into their original prescribed lane of lane 6.
And on the opposite side, it does look like Austin maybe stopped for a moment.
They're building back up nice and slow. We'll see if they can come back. A little bit of adrenaline rush of having that kind of boat stopping issue, but it will be hard to make up that margin. Your current leader is in the middle of the field, that DC crew from Capital.
And then pretty tight with the remaining three boats. Perhaps a small advantage there to Texas Rowing Center in lane 5.
Quad event is one of the fastest events in the rowing world, almost as fast as an 8.
That is true.
4 rowers, 8 oars. Can't get quite as much momentum as you can with the bigger sweep blades, but without that coxswain, you can get pretty quick.
Right, it's always a little scary to be that person in charge of steering a really fast quad.
Oh, really stressful. Pretty dead level here for second place. The leading crew from Capital, only 3 seats up on the field.
But crews on either side being
Watch
relentless.
out for Lincoln Park.
Yeah.
They've taken a full seat back from Capital, taking a full 4 seats over what was level before from Texas Center. I'll have whatever Lincoln Park is having. They are now level with our former leader of Capital. They are exchanging bow balls. They're not quite at the same stroke rate, so whoever's on the drive is currently in the lead. It is Capital and Lincoln Park here coming into the last 250. This is the moment. This is the race for all the marbles. Medals are on the line. Who will come out on top, Lincoln Park or Capital crew? Both crews throwing punches at each other, seeing how they respond, seeing who can string together the more effective sprint sequence. Bringing the rate up, bringing that power on the legs. All crews coming towards the line here. And it looks like our crew from Chinook is overtaking the other crews here. They may be able to sneak out the third. I think it was a little bit closer than that horn may have suggested. We'll have to come up with the unofficial time shortly.
just half a second separating first and second here as these results come
yeah,
up on
all
the screen.
four of those boats and pretty much within a second and a half of each other. I don't know, do we count that as 3 photo finishes? 4 boats photo finishing?
Photo finishing as a verb?
Should we have an entire race, a final, end in 1 photo finish?
How many photos
6
finish?
boats across. 1 finish time.
Yep. If anyone can make that happen,
I'll give you
a
my
high
cooling
five.
towel. You've earned it. Y'all 6 boats have to share it. 'Cause I only
Let's just
have
hope
the
it's
one.
not an 8.
Good Lord. Everyone gets a piece.
Sort of just like the prom scene in Mean Girls where she breaks up the crown and hands it to all of the winners.
You know, Mare, what's scary is that we've been here together so long that I had the exact same thought.
Wild.
Right now we have the men's open AA-A straight forward final. Watch out for Riverfront recapture here in that classic green and blue. Currently our leaders here by about 4 seats, not even to the halfway point.
Then a couple of boats from the Midwest there challenging for first place. Currently in second and third, Lincoln Park and Minneapolis in lanes 5 and 6. Cincinnati also there over in lane 3 and Riverfront Recapture B in lane 2. So straight 4s, a challenging boat class to row because they can move pretty quickly, but there's no coxswain.
Watch out for this bucket here in the Riverfront Recapture 4. Meredith, I'm not going to lie to you. I have a couple friends in that leading boat. I am impartial, but I am secretly rooting for you. Harry, Chris, you've got this.
I mean, how could they not with a 2-3 bucket like this?
Free speed, here we go. Straight 4 is a really challenging event. They have the instability of a normal 4. You don't have
the potential for higher speed, so maybe a little bit more speed to set the boat up.
True. Coming into the last few strokes here, we'll see who can stay together and match all 4 athletes together in unison and who might fall apart with the intensity. We have a battle for second place between this Minneapolis crew and Lincoln Park. Looks like Minneapolis is running away with it here, going to take that second place. If they can hold it together, they have about a seat, maybe 2 seats over Lincoln Park. Oh no, they heard the wrong buzzer. Unclear if that was enough.
The line. I think they got lucky on that one.
That was too close. Minneapolis, listen for your buzzer.
Just a margin of 0.4 separating those 2 boats, Minneapolis and Lincoln Park. A finish made a little bit spicier by deciding to just coast over the line.
Truly, like a very terrifying way. You hate to see it.
And we're up back at the start with a mixed 8 final. This is the A category, a 5-boat race with Greater Columbus closest to shore, Nashville in lane 5, Genesee in lane 4, New Orleans in lane 3, and Greater Columbus Composite B in lane 2. So from overhead, we can see these boats are still kind of relaxed. Each one, as their coxswain kind of calls them to sit at the correct slide length. Seeing some of those boats over there in lane 3, bow pair, taking small taps to correct that point.
That composite crew in this mixed A8 final, getting crews from Saugatuck, Greater Columbus, and Dallas all in one boat. Mary, I'm going to put you on the spot, and I'm going to challenge you to pronounce this 21-year-old's name in that composite boat.
Why are you doing this to me?
I don't know. We're just on live. We're on live streaming here. Take a moment. They're just in their first 5 strokes.
Rurai O Tierney.
Beautiful. I see last names now as the challenge. Good, and we have an early leader over there on the right side of our screens, Greater Columbus Composite B. Excuse me. Watch out for Genesee here in red in the middle of our screen. They are stroke for stroke with Greater Columbus Composite B. And we have pretty much 3 boats level fighting for third here. New Orleans, Nashville, and Greater Columbus. So we have Greater Columbus there on the left, Nashville there second from the left, and trailing between our 2 leaders, we have New Orleans.
All of these.
Oh, go ahead, Merritt, go ahead.
I was just going to say, all of these athletes surely cherishing. I can't speak. Cherishing the
I challenge
chance.
you to pronounce the worst name possible that we've seen. Not worst, but the most challenging for sure.
You broke me, Hannah.
I'm sorry. Take a moment. I'll get you a Sprite. We'll recover.
Cherishing this chance to come down the course in a big boat like an 8 is going to be fast. It's going to be over quickly. But that means you have to be ready to attack.
You are the one that chose those consonants. I'm not going to lie to you. Cherishing.
That was cherish the chance. We see here our 2 leaders, Genesee in the red, Greater Columbus up at the top. Doing everything they can in this fast and furious 1K. Approaching the final 250 here for all boats.
The 8 is a beautiful boat for momentum studies. If you want to look at how quickly an 8 can respond as a unit, here's where we're going to take Group 1 and Group 2. Greater Columbus be over there on the top of our screens, and Genesee here. How well can these athletes make moves together?
We're making moves.
Really high stroke rating from Genesee. Look at them go. All athletes just tearing down the course, fighting stroke for stroke. What a move here from Genesee. They will take gold.
Rates looking so high through those 8s. But those rates not just high, but really effective.
What a finish there between Greater Columbus in lane 6 and our crew from New Orleans over there in lane 3. Taking no prisoners, these 8s really showing up an impressive performance at the U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals Day 3.
Day 3. Lining back up at the start is another 8s event. 4 boats in this race in the men's Open 8B category.
See if I can get you those times from that near photo finish between New Orleans and Greater Columbus. It will be New Orleans with 3:16.2 over Greater Columbus with 3:17.3. Just 0.9 seconds between those 2 8s. And then the Genesee versus Greater Columbus composite times were also ridiculously close. The winner will be Genesee with 3:08. Oh, excuse me. They just updated. Hold on.
But we're looking here at the start line for the next race, another 8s race, promising to be fast just by the nature of the boat. And also, I mean, the athletes in them. So Texas Rowing Center, I believe, just behind those leaves coming down there, blowing in the wind. Austin there, next to them. San Diego and 612 Endurance. So a little bit of an Austin showdown with Texas Rowing Center and Austin next to each other. Boats are off here. A great chance to see these puddles, each boat pushing away as they build up speed, maybe trying to clear that last puddle by a little bit more until they get into some sustainable base rate. Early leader here is Texas Rowing Center, all the way on the left. But all boats overlapping. Always really hard to see any sort of change in speed coming in a big boat like an 8 without a really concerted effort coming from the coxswain. And then all of the rowers then buying into that call. So it means we're kind of averaging that speed over the 8 athletes with oars. Going to see some more consistent speeds. Does look like Austin is maybe starting to fight back, take a few seats here in the body of the piece.
Really hard to battle the momentum shifts here in the 8. Once you're up, it's hard to lose that momentum, and conversely for the trailing crews to gain that speed.
And we're watching these crews here with maybe just 100 meters left. It's Texas Rowing Center battling Austin. 2 crews from the city of Austin. Battling out to see who is the best on Lady Bird Lake.
Bringing that Lady Bird Lake rivalry potentially here to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, stroke for stroke. Hold on to your hats.
You're going to have to wait to see that photo finish come in. I don't know who got that one.
I have here now pulled up in case it takes a little bit longer before if we can't get the results before the next race takes off.
So it does look like it will be Texas Rowing Center finishing just ahead of Austin.
0.05, I think, is the tightest margin we've seen today.
San Diego taking the bronze. And we're back up at the start with a 7-boat final only race. This is the Women's Open B Quad Final. Again, 7 boats across with just 7 entries coming into this final. Greenwich closest to the shore in 7, OKC River Sport in 6, Dallas Composite in 5, Belmont in 4, Texas Rowing Center in 3, Lookout in 2, and Minneapolis in 1. So we're sticking to the schedule this afternoon really well. No delays so far in racing. With all of our crews locked on and ready to go with just a minute to go.
Good, and we can check out that photo finish from the men's open B8 final. You can see just what 0.05 seconds looks like. And again, I challenge all at home or with a cellular device, or so as a stopwatch could work as well. Try to clock 0.05 seconds. Boop, boop, just like that. Try to do it with your muscle control. See if you can recreate that margin.
And the good news is here with our timing system provided by Here Now, we do have those high-speed cameras making sure that we're getting frame by frame the difference between those boats. Great shot from overhead here. We can see all 7 boats, all 7 of these quads early on in the race. At this point, trying to find and establish a good base rhythm. Early on, our leaders are looking to be Greenwich over there on the outside in 7, and then a Dallas composite crew in lane 5. But it looks like 3 boats across with OKC Riversport, Belmont, and Texas Rowing Center dead even.
Watch out for lane 3, Texas Rowing Center taking a charge here. They are now 3 seats up on the formerly level crew on their right. Look out. These Austin rowers really making a charge here, trying to remain in contact with the leading crew.
So pretty tight all the way through the field as they come into the halfway point. And we're looking again overhead at our leaders. Greenwich in the outside lane there in 7, and Dallas Composite in the red boat in lane 5.
Good, and what an opportunity here for this OKC Riversport sandwiched right between these 2 battling crews. These athletes, while they don't have a coxswain, they can still hear this, at least the Greenwich crew, because they have a deck, maybe an inch of overlap here, so they can continue to charge on them using those audible cues to try to stay in this fight for a medal position. The athletes are into the red buoys, which means they're into the 4th quarter of this race. This is the last opportunity for these boats to face off against one another here in this event, the Women's Open B Quad Final.
Rates are coming up. Everyone is being relentless here.
Can anyone catch this Dallas composite? It doesn't look like it. And it'll be a showdown between Texas Center and the Greenwich crew, currently battling neck and neck for 2nd and 3rd place. It does not appear that our crews on the outside or OKC composite crew or OKC Riversport will be able to catch and bring themselves into medal contention. It's Greenwich, Texas Center battling for 2nd. Will be that Dallas composite with gold.
That Dallas
go to photo finish.
That Dallas composite crew with athletes both from Dallas, College Club Seattle, and Sarasota.
Finishing out, we have Minneapolis. And last but not least, Belmont here coming up in lane 4.
Some excellent high-vis green hats.
Shout out to High Viz. We love you.
Going to take a quick commercial break here, and then we'll be right back.
thanks for that WinTech rave here. We are fired up and ready to go for this men's Open D Coxed 4 final. We have a 5-boat race shaping up. Really tight racing across all boats. Your current leaders over there in lane 6, Riverfront Recapture, trailing just a seat or two. We have Chinook over there in lane 3. Left to right, we have, again, Riverfront Recapture, your current leader. Lake Lure Racing just started in 2019 in lane 5. Occoquan Composite in lane 4. Chinook, your second place trailer, in lane 3. And Ann Arbor over there on the top of our screen in lane 2. Really fierce competition here for those third place positions. We only have one, but we have 3 crews here battling it out. Looks like Riverfront Recapture is running away with this race here. They are now up to 4 seats ahead, potentially nearing open water lead just about the halfway point.
Starting to feel a little bit of a breeze pick up here.
I don't hate it.
I'm a fan.
But the question is, are the athletes a fan? Sometimes if we have too much wind, it can become a little bit distracting, maybe even unhelpful. Trying to see these athletes staying together, staying composed with any condition. Obviously, it's a hot day here. Winds are picking up, but we still have Riverfront Recapture handling these conditions the best into these last 250 meters. That is your leader still. Followed by Chinook. Really nice matching here. Only hats by 2 of the athletes, so we have a little bit of an alternating pattern in outfits. That's fine. Whatever works for you. And as these crews come closer, we will see this battle unfolding between Ann Arbor, Occoquan Composite, and Lake Lure Racing. There are only 3 medals. First looks to be secured by Riverfront Recapture as they take their last 10 strokes. Chinook with the silver, but who will take the bronze? Looks like Ann Arbor with quite a good rhythm here, but watch out for our crew here from Lake Lure Racing. Looks like Occoquan Composite falling a little bit off the pace here in these sprint strokes. It will be Ann Arbor with about 4 seats up on Lake Lure Racing.
Have some great tight racing there all the way through the field. And we're going back up to the start for another Coxed 4 final. This time the Women's Club D4. 6 boats here, all qualifying for this race through this morning's heats. So again, shout out to everyone managing heats and finals. Looking out for your hydration, your fueling, your sunscreen.
We had a photo finish actually in the Women's Club D4 in the heats this morning between Texas Center and Marin. Marin taking that first place position with a fraction of a second over Texas Center. We'll see how these crews stack up here in the final.
With all this sun exposure here, just shout out to anyone who has considered trying to hide under a trailer. I know I have in the past.
Under a trailer.
Under a trailer.
In that
Desperate
small
times.
space.
Desperate times.
What about a tent?
There weren't any tents at this race.
Being resourceful. I love it.
All of these 4s are off the line here. 6 boats across. On the left of the screen, we have Ann Arbor, then Atlanta, Marin, San Diego, Texas Rowing Center, and Minneapolis.
Keeping an eye out on lanes 2 and 4. So second from the right and then 4th from the right. We have those photo finishers from Marin and Texas Rowing Center. Rematch here between those 2 crews. Currently leading is lane 4, Marin, on those 2, but your absolute leader is San Diego.
The great red boats of San Diego, making it easy to pick them out in these packed fields. It looks like this San Diego 4 just trying to break contact with the rest of the field early on.
Sometimes while we are trying to be friendly competitors, those really aggressive racers almost looking for a demoralizing lead, so they have no doubt that they have that commanding lead. They're not to be challenged, not to be trifled with. Seems like that's the race plan of this San Diego crew, is to get such a commanding lead that no one even thinks they can catch them.
We'll be watching as they come down if they're able to take this lead and build on it.
It's hard when you take that risk early on to get that commanding lead in the beginning, and then you may pay the price in the second half, as it takes a toll on the body to get that kind of a lead that quickly. Might see that horrible, fearful fly and die. We'd hate to see it, but sometimes when we take big risks, we have to know that that could happen.
It's always going to be a gamble there.
But watch out for this Marin crew here in lane 4 on the left of our leader from our viewpoint. We did have that photo finish between Texas Center in lane 2, second from the right, and Marin and fourth from the right. There looks like Marin is coming out with a vengeance, showing it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just a half a second margin. They want to expand their lead, especially on that Texas Rowing Center crew in lane 2.
San Diego here working to maintain that lead, but definitely starting to be challenged here by Marin and Atlanta.
Something to say for Atlanta being there to push Marin, whereas Texas Rowing Center is pretty far ahead of that Minneapolis crew. Sometimes it comes down to who you surround yourself with to really look at how fast you're able to go.
Like in so many parts of our life, it's all about who your peers are.
I'd surround myself with those San Diego rowers here coming down the stretch in the last 20 strokes of their race. We'll see how much speed they can gain here on the field if they can hold off these charging crews from Marin and Atlanta. You can see the hunger in those athletes' eyes from Marin and Atlanta, just charging down the course. Marin really extending their lead here, solidifying that second place finish. Will that Texas Rowing Center be able to capitalize on that moment of weakness from Atlanta? It's going to be a tight finish between those two boats.
I think Atlanta was able to hold on to that, but that was an incredible charge there from Texas Rowing Center from several lanes away.
And Minneapolis will cross there, followed by Ann Arbor in lane 6. Great battle between all crews. Atlanta with that slight edge of just about 0.4 seconds. Again, tiny margins here. Finishes like this kind of motivate athletes, especially me at least, whenever I have a tight finish like that. And even if you fall on the right side of it, it can really haunt you later on, knowing that all of those little actions will add up to make that marginal difference. Coming up, we have the men's open F Cox 4 final. This is a final only event, so this is the first time these boats and these lineups will line up with each other. We have a lot of different representation. We have in lane 7, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 6, a Los Angeles composite. Lane 5, a Greenwich composite. Lane 4, a Greenwich crew. Lane 3, Great Miami composite. And lane 2, Chinook. We have a start here. They're in the first 5 strokes. Building boat speed here, trying to build momentum into a high 10, high 15, maybe a high 20 if you are so inclined for those high strokes.
Looking at some of these composite crews, our Greenwich composite made up of 4 different athletes, 4 different clubs from Greenwich, Minneapolis, Palm Beach. I apologize, that is 3.
That's all right. I think everyone will forgive you. Watch out for that Long Beach composite crew. So Virginia and Long Beach. that's listed as the Los Angeles Composite.
But early off the line, we're seeing Riverfront recapture in lane 7. A boat length up on the field. They're trying to see if they can break contact here. Surely this is just about 250, maybe 300 meters into the race. But the rest of the field looking very level as we look across.
Who hurt you, Riverfront Recapture? You guys are crushing it. Oh my gosh. Open water by the 500 meter mark. Impressive start here from that crew from Connecticut.
Surely those 3 boats there, that Los Angeles Composite, Greenwich Composite, and other Greenwich crew, pushing each other to be better than they would be alone. They're side by side there. Chinook on the other side needing to work a little bit harder here in the men's Cox 4. And here in the third quarter, starting to see a little bit more separation as, well, honestly, as some of those crews start to fight back up onto the Riverfront Recapture, our early leader there. They now have about half a boat of overlap with that Greenwich Composite, 2 lanes over. 2 seats down from there are our full Greenwich crew boat. And on the other side, Chinook. All boats here now in the final 250, red buoys. The beginning of the end.
Riverfront Recapture at definitely the highest stroke we can see here on our screens. We'll see if they have any more room to go. They have about 20 strokes left. We'll see if they can keep it sustainable, keep it moving down the course. A really powerful mid-drive here from that leading crew. So we'll be Riverfront Recapture with the gold medal finish, followed by the Greenwich Composite crew. It looks like Greenwich crew following in third. Our 4 through 6 finishes. Looks like we had our far crew on the lane 2, Chinook, followed by the, it seems that the Los Angeles Composite crew is the crew finishing in 5th. And here we have the Great Miami Composite crew in lane 3 finishing out the field.
And we're going to go back up to the start for another exciting 8 final. There'll be a final only here in the women's club E through K 8. 6 boats lining up here. Closest to shore, we'll have Saugatuck B, then Saugatuck in lane 6, Atlanta in lane 5, Texas Rowing Center in lane 4, Three Rivers in lane 3, and Catawba in lane 2. Brings me a little bit of joy anytime that Three Rivers ends up in lane 3. As I would imagine it feels
Croomer
a
has
little
it.
bit
It brings
auspicious
them
for them.
joy as well. Obviously that stands for Crew Rumor combined. Croomer has it. Should it be trending? I think so.
Just spreading Croomers here at the finish line.
If you have any juicy Croomers you'd like us to share, just come on down to the finish line. With our approval, we'll put them on the air.
And all 6 of these 8s are off the line here. Really beautiful to watch 8 kind of go through that start sequence, build up their speed, begin to push those puddles a little bit further back. Notable today that our wind, our little bit of a breeze, is pushing from the other side. We can feel this here in our tent. A slight crosswind like this, probably Probably not too much of an issue in a big boat like an 8, but might be a little bit of a factor for some doubles or singles coming up later. 8's looking tight here. It'll be Saugatuck in 6 with a very slight lead over Atlanta in 5. Then Texas Rowing Center, then Three Rivers. But first through fourth with no more than 4 seats separating them.
The 8 is such a fun race because you really can kind of gauge it based on number of seats of advantage. So obviously in the smaller boats, it's a little bit harder to get a sense of just how far ahead or behind you are. But in the 8, it's such a long boat that even if you're a seat up, you can feel yourself in relation to that other boat and know that you look across, you know who their crew's 6 seat is, maybe your 6 seat in your boat. And if you're on the 4 seat of the other boat, then you know where you are just based on that number of seats, and your coxswain can kind of cheer you on to kind of take back a different number of seats. Maybe it's 1 seat at a time. She'll give you that feedback. You achieved your goal. We're 1 seat up on that other boat. Can we be 2 seats up? And you kind of break it down based on the number of rowers in the other boats, where you are in relation. Really kind of special here, that full 8-person side by side with a coxswain motivating and kind of steering them down the course.
So many people, so many landmarks. And by landmarks, I mean people. But these boats looking pretty level here, quickly approaching the final 250. And all boats in the final 250. Our leader here is Texas Rowing Center in what looks to be a Texas orange boat. But then it looks like it's dead level across 3 boats there, battling it out. Only 2 medals to be had for these 3 boats. So now is the time to make moves.
That 8th race is really one of the loudest races we have in the sport of rowing. You have all 8 oars, you have all 8 people, all 8 seats sliding up and down the tracks, and of course the coxswains with speakers all the way down the boat, trying to convince her athletes that they have more to give, they can do more, they can achieve these mini goals within the race.
It looks like the sprint was most successful here for Saugatuck. They're able to pull away, guarantee second. But too close for us to call for 3rd place.
It'll be lane 7 of Saugatuck B finishing next, followed by the bright green Taba over there in lane 2.
So transitioning from the 8 to the single, this will be the men's open H single final. 6 boats across here. Boats qualifying for this final through heats this morning. Closest to shore, we'll have Patrick Walsh of San Diego, Carlton Goodnow from Chinook, Craig Redinger from Beaver Creek Sculling, Richard Anderson of Rockford, Earl Bone of Three Rivers, and Terrence Conway of Lincoln Park. First strokes here. All right, and we can see these boats from overhead. Our leader in this yellow boat here does seem to be Richard Anderson of Rockford. Still with bow to stern overlap there with the next boat, Craig of Beaver Creek. And this will be a 5-boat race here as lane 1 did not start. So we have 4 boats on the screen here. Our leader continuing to build up a little bit of separation between him and the rest of the field. Getting some separation here before the first half.
Really great to see these battling singles together here. Kind of a personal race. No one to blame but you and yourself. No one to celebrate but you and yourself.
Means that it is always a really responsive boat. You're able to decide individually to make a move and really see that pay off quickly. Unfortunately, any kind of bobble, any sort of lapse also happens pretty immediately. We're feeling this building tail crosswind here, cross tail. So the downside of a tailwind perhaps is that it doesn't feel cool the way that a headwind would. So we're probably, these athletes still out here experiencing a lot of the heat. And it does look like we have Craig Berdinger of Beaver Creek fighting back against our leader early on, this Rockford Sculler.
You can see he takes these little tiny peeks out at the rest of the field, trying to motivate himself to kind of find that extra gear, find that little bit of extra finesse, technically trying to pry the boat forward.
A great shot here in the final 250. We have our first place sculler just being relentlessly hunted down. Again, a great opportunity to see how our competition pushes us to be more.
Indeed, he's taking many looks over there at bow number 4. Craig from Beaver Creek sculling, making sure that he can stay ahead. And he will. He will take that gold medal. Craig securing silver.
3 more boats coming down to the finish line here. To be lane 5, Carlton Goodnow representing Chinook. And Earl Bone of Three Rivers. One more boat here, a single sculler from San Diego, Patrick Walsh. And with that, we'll take a quick commercial break and be right back.
And we're here to you live with the Men's Open C Pair Final. We have a 6-boat race. Greenwich in lane 7, Nashville in lane 6, Texas Rowing Center in lane 5, Greenwich lane 4, Lake Purdy in lane 3, and Texas Rowing Center in lane 2. So I'll give you kind of the last names of those rowers, since we have a couple of repeats from the clubs. Lane 7 on the left of your screen is Gary and Zavataro from Greenwich, and then in lane 4 we have Woody and Pullman. And then for the Texas Center Cruise, in lane 5 we have Ellis and Frey. In lane 2 we have Miski and Forrest.
So seeing early on some of the steering challenges with the pair. It can be a challenging boat, a lot of trust, as each athlete just reaching out over the gunnels on just one side. I would say more so than the double, these two need to just share a brain.
Really hard to get length in the pair, as it's usually unstable in sweep boats up at the catch, because you are twisting your whole body up and around the pin of the oarlock. In the pair, it's even more frightening because you have that more instability. And so with instability, you have to have a lot of trust in your partner that you're each wrapping around the pin, getting full extension up and over that inside knee, trying to get as long of a stroke as you can.
Our leading crew from Lake Purdy in lane 3 doing a great job of matching up, staying long, getting good rotation. But definitely being challenged there by Ellis and Frey of Texas Rowing Center from the middle. All boats here hunting down the finish line, well within the final 250.
Great battle here between Texas Rowing Center and those boys in blue. Looks like Lake Purdy. First time we've seen Lake Purdy here coming down the course with a strong showing, securing gold for the first time, representing Lake Purdy. That will be Haskell and Smith.
Followed by the Texas Rowing Center boat of Ellis and Frey.
And it'll be just Texas Center of Miski and Forrest for third.
And we'll take a quick commercial break here and then be back to you with the next race. And we're looking back at the start here for the next race. Going from the pair to the 8, smallest sweep boat to the largest sweep boat. A 6-boat final only race here for the men's club A8. Boats from all over joining up here. We have an 8 from Chicago in lane 6, Genesee in lane 5, Greater Columbus in lane 4, Riverfront Recapture in lane 3, Lincoln Park in lane 2, and Austin in lane 1. First strokes here. Those first strokes as the boats kind of pull themselves away from those stake boats. Stake boat holders naturally letting go, kind of releasing those boats, almost like a bird. Just releasing your pigeon to the wind. But in this case, it's an 8. It's a common mix-up. From overhead here, we can see the kind of difference that those starting sequences can make, or better put, the pressure behind those oars. Seeing these quick differences displaying a difference in power, a difference in skill. We're seeing Riverfront recapture here with the early lead, but also Austin over there on the right in lane 1. Perhaps even with an advantage over them. Caught
Maybe
between them
4
is
seats.
Lincoln Park.
I don't know. Make it 6 seats. No, definitely 4 seats. Really strong showing there from Austin. Will they be able to hold on to this speed, that momentum for the second 500? Time will tell.
Great thing about 8s, we're halfway done. It's been less than 90 seconds.
Watch out for Riverfront recapture and Greater Columbus.
Beautiful overhead shot here, kind of following this boat. I believe this is Austin here. Yep. And then Lincoln Park right beside them. Still overlapping some rowers, maybe 2 seats of overlap here.
These coxswains just peeking over, looking at the rest of the field, giving their rowers some feedback. Slight crab there from Austin. Sometimes that crab can be detrimental. Other times it can almost fire up the boat even more, giving a kind of distraction and just a reason to go that much harder because you feel like you've lost speed and all you want to do is gain it back.
We can hear you on shore cheering on these aggressively fast 8s. So let's hear it.
Riverfront, Greater Columbus, and Austin. Oh, excuse me, Lincoln Park, Riverfront, and Austin. Your
Looks
front
like Lincoln Park really
crews.
fighting back against that Riverfront crew.
I'm stressed. Here we go. Austin and Riverfront recapture, battling it out. Lincoln Park trailing by 2 seats.
Austin able to hold on to that win.
Big celebrations there from those 3 boats. Pretty tough battle. What I love about the 8 is that there's pretty much the most peer pressure you'll ever experience in your life.
Oh yeah.
When you have a 6-lane race, you have 9 people in each boat, every one of them gunning for it. You have no reason to let off. If anything, you have every reason to give more than you thought possible.
It is just so fun to be in a big boat like that and to feel just the speed, making you feel like you can achieve so much more. Another 8 final here. A 3-boat race coming into the men's Club B 8 final. So 3 boats here from different states. We have Austin B in lane 5, closest to shore, Minneapolis in lane 4, and then on the other side, New Orleans in lane 3. 3 very different states represented here in the club event where athletes are coming from the area surrounding their clubs. So it feels right now like we're right on top of these 3 8s. May as well just be sitting on their bow deck. Great chance to see those stake boat holders laying down. Flag drops. The arms come back in. And all 3 boats are off. Seen some early power here from Austin in the red on the left of the screen.
Mary, we were talking about it. You've been flawless with your lefts and your rights. It was bound to happen.
It was bound to happen. I am very bad at determining my left and right.
Really impressive battle here, starting out with those two leading crews. We have Austin B and Minneapolis going stroke for stroke here. Maybe a seat of advantage to Austin B on our shore side. New Orleans trying to hang on to contact here. That coxswain staring down the rest of the field, making sure her athletes know exactly where they are in this race.
We're seeing that 8 from Austin continuing to take a little bit away from Minneapolis every stroke. That bow pair certainly clear. They feel like they're leading the way for the rest of their crew, hoping they can lay down enough to get everyone clear by the end.
If anything, that bow seat is going to win the race against the rest of their boatmates. They will be the one to cross the line first. If not with the whole field, definitely within their own boat.
Yes.
Bow pair, you are winners, objectively. Your leader is still Austin B in lane 5, with now maybe 3 seats of advantage over Minneapolis, who is broken free of New Orleans, just about a seat of open water between second and third place.
An unexpected benefit of being that bow seat in a tight race is that's going to be your blade or your body that shows up in our photo finish.
You're famous.
Yep. Can all just aspire to be here now famous.
Undoubtedly, we have this Minneapolis crew sprinting early. You can see the crew bringing up the level of intensity, bringing up the stroke rating. Sometimes you have to go early to try to start that higher intensity sprint earlier in your race, especially if you're starting behind. Sometimes the athletes know themselves and know that they are good sprinters. They might also try to sprint early for that reason. Or potentially if you're really not good at it, you'll start early to try to get that advantage as early as you can. But it's bow ball to bow ball, Minneapolis versus Austin.
Minneapolis able to make up a huge amount within that 250.
Making it interesting. Minneapolis with quite the charge there. Great fight. But Austin takes home that first place. That gold medal will go to Austin B. New Orleans securing their bronze medal position. And we'll move on to the mixed G quad final next. Another final only event, so these crews are facing off against each other for the first time in these lineups in this event. It's the mixed G quad, so we'll see a mix of male and female athletes. Up to them where they are placed in the boat, trying to bring out the strengths of each athlete. From left to right, we have lane 6, Chinook B, which has Go Forth. Lane 5, Saugatuck. Lane 4, Chinook with Casella. And lane 3, Sarasota County. In the blocks, we got a great view of the stake boats here. Those long platforms with a volunteer on the end holding the stern, if you can make that out. Those volunteers are crucial, basically pulling or pushing the boat in or out, trying to make sure those bow balls are aligned at the start of the race. It's up to the athletes to make sure you have a good point. So that means the bow ball is headed straight down the middle of your lane. We want to avoid steering on those first crucial strokes where we want to focus instead on the building of momentum.
Right, because even though these quads do have a rudder, they do have a rudder connected to someone's shoe, it's pretty hard to use when the boat is at the low speeds on the first couple of strokes. So making sure that that boat is pointed, that bow seat's checking behind them, making sure they're not being pushed by any little gusts of wind is crucial. This Chinook boat in lane 6 on the left, taking an early lead. Less than half a boat of overlap to the next boat over, Saugatuck. And they are pretty much level with Sarasota County, 1 lane over.
Love that red stripe on the boat. We've been talking about it all regatta. We're trying to encourage people to have more customized boats. It makes it more interesting, more fun. Enough of these plain white boats. You heard it here first. This is Hot Takes with Hannah and Meredith. Another hot take is this lead. We have Chinook B with quite the advantage over the rest of the field. You can see really beautiful matching here, not only of the body movements of these athletes, but also their oars moving through that water together. One catch, one finish, maybe slightly different lengths here. Seems to be working pretty well for them. That bow number 6, Chinook B. Yeah,
see that
just
bow?
about 4 seats up.
We saw that bow seat looking over, trying to see what the margins were. Usually understood that just your bow seat's going to be looking around. Everyone else can keep their head locked in to the boat.
And that Saugatuck crew in lane 5 really trying to push off of the 3rd place crew in Sarasota County. 1 lane of separation between them, trying to not make it close. It's more entertaining for us here on shore. As an athlete, you want nothing but a decisive advantage over your competitors. Though you might see a pretty impressive gain in speed when you have crews battling side by side, stroke for stroke. Sometimes it's too much excitement and you have some fracturing or potentially a breakdown in technique when crews are under great amount of stress. Often crews feel like they're rowing the best. It feels the best when they're ahead because they're able to almost relax a little bit. You can see that here in Chinook B with that really nice straight arm hang, trying to shove legs down to deck together. It looks like the Saugatuck crew might be a little bit higher in stroke rating.
That Saugatuck bow seat with a bucket hat. Love to see it.
Chinook crew in lane 4 trailing a fair bit. But they're entering the last 250. We'll see if they can gain some speed. Always good to break the race up into pieces, especially in the sprint when you're tired, bringing up the rate, bring up the intensity, technical changes.
Really
Watch
tight.
out for Saugatuck. Oh!
A great final effort there from Saugatuck.
Where did that come from? Saugatuck, what a sprint there. That'll be Sarasota County with the 3rd place position. Big old Henley hip hip hooray to all of those quads. Not sure what kind of congratulations or good races they're saying out there. It's just out of range for us hearing on shore. Love the sportsmanship and camaraderie that is the end of the race. Hurrahs and good races. Can't quite shake hands like we do in other sports, but
Good game, good game, good game, good game.
and you have that one person with the hand up when everyone else has the hands down.
Yep.
Classic. Up next, we have the mixed H through K quad final, another final only. So these crews are matching up for the first time in this showdown. We have Chinook C in lane 7, Frisco Center Composite in lane 6, San Diego in lane 5, a Malta Composite crew in lane 4, Potomac Composite crew in lane 3, and San Diego B in lane 2. Now, Mayor, we discussed this yesterday, but for those who are just tuning in now, I would just like to say I apologize if I ever trip up on the crew in lane 3, Potomac Composite. The difference of pronunciation of those O's is surprisingly difficult.
It's
Potentially just
unexpectedly
at
treacherous.
4:10 on a Saturday after commentating 2.5 days of racing. but I want to say Potomac Composite or Potomac Composite.
Yep.
If anyone else out there relates, I appreciate you. We're not alone.
And a shout out to this Malta composite crew made up of rowers from Malta, Philadelphia Girls, and University. These are some Philadelphia married couples. So they're in lane 4.
You've heard of date night? Have you heard of date weekend at U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals?
So we've Red and Sarah Sargent and Teresa and Ted Trockey. Teresa Savard and Ted Trockey. Average age of this boat is 71. All of our other average ages here above 70. We have these 6 boats locked into their stake boats. Every so often seeing one of those bow seats kind of correcting the point. But the water's looking pretty calm up there. Feeling pretty calm down here at the finish. And we do have the first strokes. So over there on the left, we have Chinook, then Frisco Center Composite, San Diego, Malta Composite, our Philadelphia couples there, Potomac Composite, and San Diego all the way on the right.
And our early lead from, we have the same brain, Meredith, I'm sorry. Quite the early lead from Malta Composite, our married couples from Philly in lane 4. They almost have open water on the entire field other than a challenging crew from lane 2, San Diego B with Randall. Again, no coxswain, so athletes trying to delegate roles of the coxswain. One athlete, no more, trying to take a look out at the field and give those verbal cues, usually the 2 seat, as when it's the bow seat, it can be hard to hear up in the stroke seat, trying to shout over 3 people versus 2. Look at them go. Yeah, lane 4. San Diego with maybe a slightly higher stroke rating. See if they can hold on to that efficiency, trying to stay organized with the handles around the release. And a tight battle there between lane 7, Chinook C, and one of, I think it was the Potomac Composite crew. Potomac Composite. I did it.
You did it. You did it.
Didn't realize in the moment. It took me a second. Potomac Composite.
But our Malta Composite maintaining their lead. They're in lane 4.
Excuse me, that was the Frisco Center Composite that's currently battling with the Potomac Composite. Chinook C trailing the field there on the top left of our screen. Nope, I take it back. The drones are confusing me. Frisco
Orient
Center
yourself,
Composite.
Hannah.
I'm trying. We're doing our best out here. That's all we can ask. I'll try to do better, though. Elevate your best.
We're just pushing ourselves to be better here.
So, in fact, it was Chinook C battling Potomac Composite. Frisco Center Composite trailing. We have a battle between the Malta Composite and the San Diego B for gold here coming into the last 250 meters. Looks like this Malta Composite is going to run away with this race. Got a bit of a tailwind here, making it almost hard to feel the load there at the catch. It can feel lighter than expected. Hard to push on something that you can't feel.
A little bit counterintuitively, it takes more skill to row in a tailwind, because you have to fight with that fast-moving water.
Trying to find purchase on it, like trying to find purchase on unlevel ground when you do a jump squat or something like that.
Our Malta Composite boat winning here. San Diego B coming through the line next. And then it's going to be tight across the field with Chinook and Potomac Composite. But I think that was the Potomac Composite boat with the slight advantage there.
And here comes San Diego in lane 5. To finish out the field, coming into their last 10 strokes is in fact the Frisco Center Composite. Who needs couples therapy when you have a gold medal around your neck?
It's going to solve all your problems.
Definitely a confidence boost, if nothing else. We have the next race underway, the women's lightweight D double final. We have from left to right, Austin, Saugatuck, Greater Dayton Composite, New Haven, and Capital. Bringing crews from all over the country: Austin, Texas, Saugatuck, Connecticut, Greater Dayton, Texas, or Ohio?
Dayton is it's in Ohio. Wow, just the power of suggestion. I know where Dayton is.
I thought so too, but then doubt. New Haven, Connecticut, and Capital from the Washington, D.C. area. Current leader is over there in lane 2, Capital crew from our nation's capital. Followed with a fiery battle between New Haven, then over a lane, Saugatuck, and just behind Austin. Here we go again. Crews entering the halfway point here, coming up to that 500-meter mark.
These 1K races keeping us on our toes.
I will admit, I just checked the composite listing here on our spreadsheet, just in case one of those crews was from Texas, and I could be somewhat right. I'm wrong. They're both from Ohio. Repping the towns and cities of Hamilton and Dayton.
All right, Ohio. 500-meter mark here. Seen some pretty tight racing here across the field. I believe that this is Capital all the way to the right with New Haven just inside of them. Coming down pretty even.
Yeah, you know that bow seat here in the Capital crew has a little bit of advantage here. She's almost on the bow ball of that other crew, fighting for that feeling of openness that is open water. Good, so these crews are coming into the last 250 meters, the classic region of the race to have a sprint. So often we have sprints in all sorts of races. This is the last moments of the race where these crews will have an opportunity to string some good strokes together. Oftentimes the most intense part of the race is this last 250. It's a battle, it's a fight between all rowers to try to hold it together. You're almost to the end, trying to push that 1% harder, find that 1% more of speed, almost unleashing those really big fighting muscles within you. Don't hold back here. See that bow seat in lane 3, looking over, trying to battle New Haven versus Capital. It looks like New Haven has quite the sprint here. I think they're going to run away with this race. They had the better sprint. It's all about holding on in these last 2 strokes.
Incredible job of bringing up the rate and just finding a little bit more.
What a performance there from New Haven, finding that second gear. That will be lane 5, Saugatuck securing bronze medal position. And Austin, Texas here, Holland and Weinberg. And finishing out the field, we have our Greater Dayton Composite. Shout out to Ohio, we love you.
And our next race is already underway. The men's open single AA category, a 7-boat race. We love 7-boat races. 7 singles lining up side by side, taking it down the course for 1,000 meters. Closest to shore, we'll have Coleman McGrath of San Diego, Lee Greathouse of Riverfront Recapture, Kevin Kimber of Texas Rowing Center, Brett Stinson of San Diego, John Magnani of Lincoln Park, Connor Nash of Lookout, and Rishi Singh of Atlanta. So watching these crews as they enter that 3rd quarter of the race, seen from overhead, there is some spread in this field, but everyone is pretty tight.
The joy of 7 boats across is that you have someone there that's going to be closer to your speed. So we obviously have these front 2 leaders in lane 7 and lane 5. So Coleman and Kevin really battling for that first and second with definite lead for that San Diego sculler in lane 7. And then charging, we have lane 6 and looks to be lane 2. So that'll be Lee from Riverfront Recapture and Connor from Lookout with several lanes of separation. But if they take a peek over, they'll see that they are neck and neck. Finding that competitor to push you that can kind of unlock something within you that you couldn't have done by yourself is a blessing that is 7 boats across.
It can be definitely tricky with a field this wide to know that you have someone that you're fighting off all the way on the other side. You don't want to spend too much time looking out of the boat.
We definitely have some internal racers out here, people that just love to go hard, love to go fast, and love to just kind of improve themselves more than anything else. Trying to find improvement here all the way across this field. Lane 7, boom, we have Coleman McGrath from San Diego. What a fun racer to watch. Followed by our lane 5 finisher, Kevin Kimber from Texas Rowing Center. It'll be Riverfront Recapture's Lee Greathouse for 3rd. Followed narrowly over there. Looks like our finisher in lane 1 or lane 2, Mare. What did you see?
Oh my.
I think it was lane 2, Connor Nash, with that 4th place position. Great racing by all single scullers. Definitely one of the more challenging events. Most unstable boat we have, and you have to go full press, full effort. I would say blackout, but maybe don't, because you'll definitely flip.
No one there to catch you.
Just your oars. Keep them feathered. Training wheels on. Next race is the women's lightweight A single final. We have 6 boats in this race. We did have a heat. I think it was 2 heats. I'll double check it. Yeah, we had 2 heats. We had a photo finish between Rebecca Taft and Willow Arts, both of which are here in this women's lightweight A single final.
Lucky we get that rematch here. All the way
over. It was
Rebecca
over Willow, just for the record. That's how it shaped up the first time around.
All right, so we're looking at the field now. We do have Willow Arts of Ann Arbor over there on the left of the screen. Alexandra Scrania of Chinook. It looks to be currently battling it out for the lead. Next to her is Emily Crowley of Capital, then Erica McCormick of Chinook, kind of locked in that first place battle there. Rebecca Taft of Lincoln Park next, and Pamela Yeshiwas also of Lincoln Park, next to her. Teammates fighting teammates.
We are hashtag stronger together, especially in the singles race. Trying to pull on all of our resources in the single, not only in the boat with all of our different groups of muscles in the body, but also trying to use all of our resources off the water as well, from coaches to teammates, different kinds of training situations, motivations, whatever you have to pull on in this race here for the women's lightweight A single final.
And even just watching this whole field come together and race each other is a form of support. Saying you're a worthy competitor, I'm going to line up next to you, and we're going to bring it down the course. I believe this is the leader here, Erica McCormick of Chinook. One lane over from her, Alexandra Scrania, also of Chinook. Two names with K's in both the first and last name.
TBT to this morning's heat, I believe we also noticed that then.
It was a intentional callback.
But watch out for lane 1, Pamela from Lincoln Park with quite the charge here. Coming into the last 250 meters, she clearly has more left in the tank. Will it be enough to secure silver or potentially gold?
With a really good sprint, anything could happen here. Love the
rate
light
is
blue
up.
single.
She is going for it, folks. Here we go. We have Erica, Alexandra, and Pamela gunning for those top 3 medal positions, followed not far behind by the rest of our field. Again, we had that photo finish between Rebecca Taft in lane 2 and Willow Arts over here in lane 6. How will this shape up between those two finishers? What will our rematch come out to be? It looks like Alexandra from Chinook had an answer for that early surge from Pamela from Lincoln Park. Will it be enough to even take gold for herself? Here we go. Let's all watch here as Alexandra and Erica face off. Two Chinook rowers. It will be Alexandra over Erica by maybe half a second or 1 second. Then it will be Pamela for third, securing those medal positions. Then lane 4, we have Emily Crowley for fourth.
I think that was Rebecca Taft there,
Taft.
and then Willow Arts.
So they'll hold that position. It was Rebecca Taft over Willow in the heat this morning. Potentially more separation between the two in this final.
Exciting to see a couple 8s here, rowing up on the other side.
Next up, we have the women's AA single final. It'll be a 4-boat race. They're getting started here now in their first 5 strokes. Stake boat holders releasing those boats as the flag drops from that starting tower. From left to right, in lane 6, Tessa Kingsley from Rock City. Lane 5, we have Christy Bushman from Greater Columbus. In lane 4, Megan Urbanik from Cincinnati. And lane 3, Louise Kuster from Texas Rowing Center.
Overhead here, we see that Tessa Kingsley is our early leader, which is maybe a seat up on Christy Bushman of Greater Columbus. But those two kind of relentlessly walking away from the rest of the field. Christy not giving anything up here, staying on top of it. Maybe she feels confident in her base speed, really trusting in her fitness here, especially now as she's starting to kind of reverse that lead here. She's taking the lead. Tessa Kingsley now in second. these 4 women's lightweight singles in the youngest category, in that AA category.
Really impressive high ratings here across this field. The single is one of the most unstable boats. It can be a little bit frightening to hit those high rates at first, especially trying to stay in control of all of the different body movements. Rowing uses 80-something% of all of your muscles in the whole human body. It's a lot of muscles to coordinate, a lot of muscles to think about, let alone try to fling them around at high rates.
Right, when you're first touching those high rates, maybe early on in the season after coming out of the winter and maybe that early spring, it does feel like you're just throwing your body up the slide.
Really nice straight arm hang here from the overhead drone.
This is lane 5, our leader, Christy Bushman of Greater Columbus.
See, really smooth trailing here. If you take a look at that stream coming off the stern, you can see the boat's moving relatively smoothly, trying not to kick up a lot of water, but instead keep the boat running horizontally will be huge for that single event. We're in those red buoys. Let's see which of these athletes has that extra gear, who can bring it home with a little bit more intensity, potentially a higher stroke rating, but as we said, the rates are already pretty high. Hard to step up when you feel like you might not have anywhere to go.
Shout out to Louise of Texas Rowing Center on the other side for kind of closing that gap in the second half of the race. We love a second half racer.
Awesome to see Tessa Kingsley here from Rock City really challenging Christy Bushman here in these last 10 strokes. Beautiful step here from Tessa. She has a really great step there in rate, trying to bring up that intensity. She will secure second place over Louise there in lane 3. Some hardware secured there for those 3 single scullers. And finishing out the field here in her last 5 strokes is Megan from Cincinnati. Kudos to all those single scullers. Longest and loneliest race of all is the single. You guys are champions for both electing to do it, but also crushing it.
Great job. We're going back up to the start for the men's lightweight C double. It's the final only with these 6 boats meeting for the first time today. Closest to shore, we will have the Occoquan Composite. Then 6, New Orleans. Lane 5, Vesper. Lane 4, 612 Endurance. Lane 3, Greater Columbus. And Lane 2, OKC River Sport Composite. And first strokes coming off the line here. Rowing a double off the line well can be super, super powerful, but it's going to take a lot of coordination. As we said before, you can take 2 great single scullers and put them in a double, but they still have to match up. We have a boat that unexpectedly kind of requires a lot of coaching. Or you might just put 2 athletes together and you find that they have the same drive sequences. Those athletes are just feeling like they're flying as the legs just kind of match up naturally. And it feels really good. Toe's going to feel light. But 3 boats separating themselves from the rest of the pack, but looking pretty level there. Alternating lanes leading are the Occoquan Composite in lane 7, Vesper in 5, and Greater Columbus in 3.
Really impressive surge there from lane 5. See the boat just moving with every stroke.
Pushing out to a slight lead is that Vesper double. We're seeing them rate maybe just a little bit higher.
We'll see if this Greater Columbus crew can stay more effective, maybe not as high rating, but still moving the same distance per stroke will keep them in this fight for that gold medal. Good, and they're coming into the red buoys, this very classic arena for the sprint to take place. Athletes can see they're in that last 250 if they didn't have a stroke coach telling them so already. This is the moment to really take the risk, try to bring that boat speed up, whether it's by bringing the rate up or just trying to bring a little bit more power to the drive. Maybe it's a technical focus. Whatever it is, now is the time to unleash everything you have. Greater Columbus and Vesper battling it out here for gold. Looks like it will be Vesper with a really effective sprint here. Can they get open water is my next question. Definitely have both rowers with open water, but can they get full boat clearance? Here we go. I think they got it.
I think they got it.
Vesper with an impressive showing. Greater Columbus coming up with a strong silver and a battle here for third.
3 boats battling it out. I think that third place will go to the Occoquan composite in 7.
And finishing out the field, we have our New Orleans crew here. Get ready, we have the Women's Club C8 final. We have 5-boat race, Lincoln Park in lane 6, San Diego in lane 5, Capital in lane 4, Atlanta in lane 3, and Texas Rowing Center in lane 2. Great view of the starting line here. We have the starting aligner official over there on the dock on the left side of your screen. We have the starting platform up here, the tower that's put on that floating platform. An official up there using the umbrellas to stay out of the sun, but also holding that flag, holding that megaphone to communicate with the rowers when the race is about to begin. That starting official will name all crews in this race. And when they have the all green go ahead from the starting or the aligning official, they'll give the command that this is the start, attention, go. Always a variable pause between the words attention and go. You have some steering issues between lanes 5 and 4.
A little scary there to watch those first few strokes. But they've got it under control now.
Love to see that quick response from both of those coxswains. Trying to keep this rowing sport a non-contact sport. We are not dressed for combat.
Not at all. San Diego there in lane 5. Maybe just a touch of advantage, but being challenged by everyone else in this field. Especially Capital right next to them, who have taken a seat back and are now in the lead. Hannah, I was feeling like it was maybe sort of heating up, and I would like to tell you that the feels like temperature is now up to 100.
It feels that way.
I wholeheartedly agree. Capital here taking another seat over the rest of the field. Texas Rowing Center on the other side doing what they can to respond. Maybe pushing themselves a little bit further up as well. See, again, another shot of this kind of Texas burnt orange boat. But really exciting to see 4 8s across here.
Really nice to see this sequencing here from all sweep rowers, trying to push those hips back first, leveraging all of that good length strength in the early stages of the drive, transferring to the hip swing and body over position to the layback, arms draw last.
It's always tempting to think that technique doesn't matter in the 8, but that's where you're going to get those wins from.
Rowing perfectly can't hurt.
No, never. We have Capital and Texas Rowing Center looking pretty even. All crews quickly approaching the last 250.
These coxswains looking over at the field, giving her rowers small and manageable goals, trying to keep them from faltering fraction, but instead keeping the focus high as they enter their sprint sequences. Watch out for this boat at the top of your screens here. That'll be Texas Rowing Center with a commanding lead coming into the last 20 strokes. And a battle between those two boats here on the left of your screen. You have Atlanta and Capital here battling it out, stroke for stroke. But I don't think either of them will be able to catch Texas Rowing Center.
This is coming in so tight to the line.
Again, stress.
Texas with the win, then Atlanta, then Capital.
That bow seat in the Atlanta boat knew she had it, but from my angle, I had no idea. Here comes Lincoln Park. Beautiful last strokes there coming through the line, keeping that technical standard high, all crews.
We'll take a quick commercial break here and then be right back.
Good. We'll come back up to the start line here for the Women's Open F Quad Final. We have a 3-boat showdown, so, Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but everyone will get a medal.
I think that's how that works.
Pause to appreciate this cool breeze. Thankful for all the deep, cold water being pulled up from the reservoir, cooling this body of water. Truly pleasant.
It's incredible.
Okay, back to business. We have 612 Endurance Composite in lane 5. We have Atlanta in lane 4 and Saugatuck over there in lane 3 on the right side of your screens. Your current leader, with a shocking margin for how far into this race they are, is the 612 Endurance Composite crew. Whatever starting sequence they're using, I would love to know. Clearly very effective for that group. all 4 rowers truly in unison here coming down the course. Always looking for that one catch, one release. Hoping that the body movement and all of that coordination is matching up in the middle of the stroke as well. You can see really beautiful control around the release. Trying to keep that boat speed running out smoothly will only help your boat move quickly throughout both the drive and the recovery. But these 4 athletes currently leading with beautiful bodies out from the bow, not just pushing the handles away, but getting the whole body pivoting over the hips. And you can see they have one unified body swing back to the finish as well. So on that drive, using all of their big muscles from the leg push, then to the full torso swing over the hip flexors. Getting technical with it, but they're just making it look so good. We have to celebrate all of those little pieces that this leading crew, the 612 composite, is showing up here today for their final. And again, the other 2 crews, we have Atlanta in the middle and Saugatuck over there in lane 3. Good, these crews are coming into the last 250 meters. We have some pretty clear separation with 612 Endurance Composite in the lead, with then Saugatuck in second place. So here we go. We'll try to see first if Atlanta can get back in their lane. Second, if these crews can find a little bit more speed. It's always a challenge. But it will be Lynn, Kristen, Christina, and Sarah here from Minneapolis, trying to push those legs down a little bit harder. They can win, but now the question is by how much? Just domination here from Minneapolis. That 612 Endurance Composite boat. They cross the line securing gold medal. And over there we have Saugatuck coming in with that second place position. They have the last 5 strokes looking super clean here, staying together through the line. And last but not least, we have Atlanta with just about a seat of open water between them, securing 3rd medal position. Coming up, we have the men's Open E8 final. Another final only kind of race here. We have 3 crews who have not raced each other yet. In this event, we have the San Diego crew over there on the left in lane 5, Chinook in lane 4, and a Greenwich Composite crew in lane 3. That Greenwich Composite is quite the mix. We have Detroit Boat Club from Michigan in Lathrop Village. We have Greenwich Crew in Coscob, Connecticut. Palm Beach from West Palm Beach, Florida. Rocky Mountain from Aurora, Colorado. And White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. All represented in 1-8 together. Lane 3 Greenwich Composite containing all of those different boat clubs coming together for one showdown here in the men's Open E8 final. Your early leader is Chinook with maybe a slight advantage over San Diego. Those 2 crews battling it out. Coxswain's undoubtedly looking over, giving their rowers the kind of status of things. Like, here's the reality. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to accept that, and then we're going to do something about it. Giving these rowers some tangible, concrete, but manageable goals is going to give these athletes something to focus on to get themselves through this race. Whether it's a technical call, whether it's celebrating the power and strengths of different athletes, or maybe it's an external goal of trying to get a seat on this other crew next to them.
Really awesome to see these 2 8s just locked side by side all the way down.
Good, we're approaching that halfway mark here. They are still neck and neck. We'll see how the second half of this race shapes up. And it is still your Greenwich Composite crew with representation of Michigan, Connecticut, Florida, Colorado, and Pennsylvania all in one boat. And currently trail by about a length. Hard to keep up with these two battling crews. Watch out for this crew from San Diego. Excuse me, this crew from Greenwich. I have them swapped. We have Greenwich in lane 3. So that crew from all over the country is currently challenging your former leader of Chinook. The San Diego crew is trailing. But now with Greenwich Composite with about 4 seats of advantage, we'll see how these two crews approach the last 250 meters. We're in the red buoys. These athletes can see those red buoys out of their peripheral vision. Not only that, they can also sense how far ahead they are based on where they're lining up with the crew next to them. If you're a stroke seat and you're sitting on a 4 seat, you know you have quite the advantage here. Likewise, if you're in that bow 4 and you feel open water beside you, there's nothing better than feeling that kind of advantage in the bow 4.
You're back in that bow. You feel like everything is open. You're free to just run away with it.
And run they shall. It'll be the Greenwich Composite crew with the gold, Chinook with silver, San Diego crew here trailing in that red boat, red unis with that classic white stripes. They'll finish about 2.5 lengths behind the rest of the field. Hard to keep up with those two battling crews, pushing each other potentially faster than they've ever gone before.
Yeah, we're looking at 3 minutes for the total time.
We got a tailwind.
We got a tailwind for sure.
In the big boats, it might be helpful.
Yeah.
In the small boats, it might be chaotic.
This does feel like the strongest gust of the last 3 days, really.
Selfishly, as a spectator, I welcome it.
Absolutely. To the crews,
I wish you luck. Next, we have the Women's Club E Cox 4 final. From left to right, looking up at the start line from here at the finish line, we have Texas Center in lane 7. Then, second from the left, Atlanta in lane 6, Saugatuck in lane 5, Three Rivers in lane 4, Marin in lane 3, and Ann Arbor in lane 2.
So really great to see some Coxed 4s from all over the country here in this club event. Oh, it's making me a little
Should be
nervous.
Getting started. It's again with these 8s going so quickly in this tailwind. Our start time is only 4:55, so we have about a minute, maybe a minute and change before we should get started. Sometimes you'll have a race go off early if there are no objections. Other times, if crews object, much like I would see, I don't know, a dramatic movie with a marriage, somebody runs in and says, "I object!" The rest of the crews are just kind of sitting there like, why? Why can't we just get this over with? But we have an early start here. We have quite a lot of really good racers here, clearly with some tight margins between all crews. Slight trailing over there in lane 7 from Texas Center. Still with contact, at least on one other boat for all crews.
Next to that boat from Texas Center, we have Atlanta in a red boat there. Saugatuck to the right of them. Then we go to Three Rivers, Marin, and Ann Arbor.
So right now with that 4-seat lead is going to be that group of 3 that Meredith just mentioned. We have Atlanta, Saugatuck, and Marin, with currently 4 seats up on the rest of the field, if not more. Again, we only have gold, silver, and bronze. No medal for 4th place here, not today. Looks like a little bit of a charge here from Atlanta. Potentially matching that charge is Marin on the right of our screen. Looks like that Saugatuck crew may be getting left behind just a few seats. Trying to find that leverage in this tailwind. It can be hard to find the leverage in a tailwind like this just because the water's moving so fast. The boat's going pretty much the same speed. It can be hard to feel like you have purchase on the water.
It's definitely going to take more skill to be the fastest crew in a tailwind.
Watch out for Marin.
As Hannah said, the water's moving quickly. Kind of have to adjust the way that we're rowing. Trying to find a little bit more up there in the top quarter.
Three Rivers definitely still in contention here in lane 4. They have about maybe a seat of open water between them and the rest of the field. We'll see if these 4 athletes can motivate themselves and try to find that little bit of speed to get back into contention for these medals. Again, in a tailwind, the race is so quick that it's sometimes over quicker than you expected. So trying not to wait here in a tailwind is crucial for these athletes, for these racers. Trying to get that external motivation, trying to find the placement that you want, but also coxswains trying to make sure that the boat is staying internal, trying to find those moments where we learn something, we find some speed, we feel a change, make the boat go faster. But Marin seeming to run away with it. We'll see if they can get open water by this finish line. They have about 250 meters left. Watch out for Saugatuck. Where is this coming from? Saugatuck with an effective lift up here in the rate. Maintaining contact.
Looking really effective there. No guarantee that the boat will pick up speed with the rate shift.
Then it looks like we have this Atlanta boat here maintaining the same speed as Saugatuck, but at a much lower rate. We'll see if they have any tricks up their sleeve for the last 10 strokes. If they can bring that rate up, they may be able to catch that second place position. It's going to come down to the line here, not for gold, but definitely for silver and bronze. Marin crosses the line first for first place, that gold medal. Then Saugatuck with just about 2 seats of advantage over Atlanta. Lastly, we have that crew from Three Rivers for 4th, Lane 7, Texas Center for 5th, and last but not least, Ann Arbor for that 6th place position. Good. So another thing to note is that with this extreme wind, we actually have some kind of difficulty in warming up, trying to expect these conditions. Obviously, we have to warm up from the finish line up to the start. So most of your warm-up, you'll actually be rowing in a headwind, which can be very challenging for the athletes because it's going to feel a lot different in that headwind than it'll feel in the tailwind. Potentially trying to extend your warm-up, getting a little bit more meters up past the starting line for maybe 500 meters of feeling that tailwind. Maybe it's doing a start 10 in the tail, potentially just a power 10 at race pace in that tailwind will help these athletes prepare for the conditions they'll face.
Right, you definitely don't want it to be a shock when you flip around, you line up at the line, and all of a sudden you're not meeting that same resistance that you may have warmed up in. We're seeing the men's Open G pair line up here. This will be a full 6-boat race, but final only. So the only time that these pairs are competing in these lineups here. Closest to shore, a pair from Levive Bird. In lane 6, Chinook. In lane 5 is the number that's below 6, is Saugatuck. In lane 4, Greenwich. In lane 3, Detroit Composite. And in lane 2, an unaffiliated pair of Miller and Smith. And they are off here. Going to be trickier to build up that speed in the pair. Again, a lot of instability.
A lot of trust.
Definitely a lot of trust.
Not only on the equipment, but then on your teammate.
This tailwind certainly not helping conditions. It's going to be a little bit destabilizing in an already unstable boat. To be clear, the boat class is unstable, not the people in the boat. But a great early lead here from our boat over there on the right. That's the pair of Miller and Smith. Out to a very early lead.
Sheesh, go off there, Miller and Smith. We'll see if they can keep up that momentum. They are clipping the buoy lines on their port side just a little bit. They'll correct with the toe. But the next two trailing crews look to be over there on the opposite side of the course in lanes 7 and 6. We have Engelhart and Shellman in lane 7, and in lane 6 from Chinook, Seibach and Busio Shano. That's my best go.
Seeing these pairs here through the body of the piece.
Your early leader is your consistent leader, that Miller and Smith pair, unaffiliated USA pair, taking full advantage of this tailwind and just truly flying down the course. And watch out, we have a little bit of a lead change there. Looks like that Detroit crew is trying to bring themselves into medal contention. They were not quite there coming into that 500-meter mark, but coming into the 250, they are definitely pushing on lane 6.
Lane 6 definitely responding there. That's that Chinook pair. Again, can't emphasize enough how much confidence it takes to really apply all your pressure in the pair in a tailwind like this.
I believe it actually might be lane 3. Let me take a look at it, because Miller and Smith are in lane 2. So that'll be the Detroit boat in lane 3, challenging lane 6. So Detroit Composite versus Chinook. Coming into the last 20 strokes, we'll see who has the more effective steps, who can really bring that power on. Finding purchase in this tailwind. Trying to stay together, unified as one unit. Two individuals trying to row one boat together.
Less than 10 strokes left here for our leading pair of Miller and Smith. Looking very confident as they come into the line.
It's going to come down to the line here for second place. Good Lord, that will be a photo finish. We'll have to go up to the photo finish cameras. It appears we will have a slight advantage there. I'm going to have to look at here for that picture, because that was ridiculous.
But it does look like we have that Chinook pair finishing before the Detroit Composite pair.
I'm going to get you those full times.
Next event is lining up here. Another men's pair event. This time the age categories are H through K. We do have a note here that the unaffiliated boat in lane 5, listed as being from Anywhere USA, of Patrick Fury and Ken Santucci, are rowing partners for Nyack. Began in 1960 with Howard Nista and Charles Linder. We now row for our teammates. So very excited that they could join us here in this men's pair final.
Before we lose track of that men's Open G pair final that we just witnessed, I'm excited to say we have a new personal best here at U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals 2021. The margin to beat for a photo finish is now 17 thousandths of a second.
Oh my. That is tight.
It's ridiculous.
And we do have the pairs starting here in the men's Open H through K pair final. Closest to shore, we have a pair of Tannhauser and Harrelson from Chinook, Schuster and Schuster from San Diego, Santucci and Fury for unaffiliated. Williams and Thetford from New Haven Composite, Giroux and Walsh from New Haven, and Heinrich and Johnson from San Diego. Overhead, we see that our early leaders are in that lane 6 pair, San Diego, Schuster and Schuster.
Look at that bright yellow boat.
Making a statement.
In multiple ways. Okay, so again, that pair is super tricky, not only to row, but also to steer. So it comes down to a lot of matching. So trying to match your pair partner, trying to kind of not only match your body movements, but really trying to match the timing of your blade. So trying to get that oar into the water at the same time, pulling it across the water, pushing it, I should say. We know it's a push, not a pull, for most of that stroke. So trying to push the blade through the water and then trying to also extract it at the same time. So that release timing is also important. If you kind of match up the blade timing, you'll be more effective at going straight, and you'll have to use that toe steering to control the rudder a lot less.
That pair from San Diego continuing to build up on this lead. Looks like second place is then going to be coming from lane 3, New Haven there. And all boats quickly approaching the 500-meter halfway point.
All athletes here really taking risks here. The pair is a fun boat class to race, but it's definitely not easy. All of these athletes really committing to this event, trying to match their partner, showing that they have the ability not only to go fast, but also to row as one unit with one other person in one of those most challenging boat classes possible.
All of these pairs here in the third quarter of the race. Going to be shortly approaching the final 250. Our leading San Diego pair here in their yellow boat, red and white striped unis. Leading our way, first ones to enter the final 250. Again, just another shot to kind of appreciate the extremeness of the pair. Leaning out over the gunnel with your pair partner. And last 100 meters or so here. We have the pair from San Diego here in the lead. But it does look like another San Diego pair on the other side in a red shell have established themselves as the second place crew.
Wonder if they've ever trained together, taking out a couple of pairs, a pair of pairs, if you will.
So it's Schuster and Schuster there for San Diego, followed by Heinrich and Johnson, also of San Diego, and then Williams and Thetford from New Haven Composite.
Then we have the New Haven crew of Giroux and Walsh. Finishing out the field, we have last two pairs in lane 7. Give it up for Harrelson and Tannhauser, a Chinook crew. And last but not least, lane 5, Santucci and Fury, unaffiliated crew. And we already have the next race underway. It is the men's lightweight D through K 4 final. So Coxon boat here. We have 3 boats Riverfront Recapture there on the left, Minneapolis in the middle, and Chinook on the right. Kind of a hodgepodge of green and blue boats here in terms of their unis at least.
So we're out here in these coxed fours, boats moving a little bit faster than the pairs, but not as fast as the straight four. But those coxswains contributing key calls, great steering, able to look out, see the margins, and execute that race plan.
Again, if you're just tuning in, we do have quite a bit of a tailwind here. So all athletes trying to find that more difficult catch timing. So when you put that blade in, oftentimes if it's a headwind or flat, you feel not only the weight of the boat, but also kind of this purchase on the water. And when the boat's moving in the same direction as the water, it can be hard to feel that resistance on the blade. It can feel like you're almost pushing on nothing. It's like when you go to, I don't know, pick up a really, really heavy plate and you find out, oh no, this is a bumper plate. This weighs nothing, and you almost like lose yourself a little. So all athletes really trying to find that purchase on the water. These are going to be faster times, which I assume all rowers might enjoy.
Hannah, I will admit that since I am eating food, I assumed that you were talking about a dinner plate.
I suppose it could have been.
Very heavy dinner plate.
It could have been a very heavy dinner plate, couldn't it? And then maybe it was a paper plate, but it looked like a real plate.
Sneaky.
These conditions are sneaky as well. We have Chinook battling here with the Riverfront Recapture crew. One lane of separation between them, so they might not be able to feel each other next to the lane in the middle being open makes it harder for those athletes to really push on one another. But the coxswains taking a peek over, making sure the rowers know their position, and if they need to use that position to motivate them, that coxswain will call on them here in the last 5.
The coxswain in the Chinook boat has a clear vantage point of the finish line here.
And they'll finish with about a foot of open water. Minneapolis finishing it out strong here in lane 4. Again, really fast conditions here, so if you fall behind, it can be very challenging, maybe more so than normal, to get enough momentum to really come back into the fight. So now more than ever, finding that early leader will be dramatically more important to determining the final result. Fewer fly and dies, more fly and soars. At least that's how my brain works. Take flight and just cruise.
And we can see 7 boats lined up here for the next race. The women's lightweight F double. It's a final only with these 7 boats meeting for the first time. Got to imagine there's some unknowns about the speed, but then maybe after so many days of racing, people are trying to, get an idea of how fast other teams, other individuals are. I know we've all been guilty of spending too much time trying to figure out how fast the boat next to you is, when we can really just line up and figure it out definitively. So all the way on the 7, we have a double from Chinook, and then another double from Chinook, this one with Lamb and Waters, Holland and Scrappa Shot there in lane 7, a Vesper Composite in lane 5, Minneapolis double in lane 4, Greater Columbus in lane 3, Chinook again in lane 2, and Greater Dayton in lane 1. This is a very commanding lead just a minute into the race from this double of Lamb and Walters representing Chinook in lane 6. Looks like they just broke contact with the rest of the field. Several boats still in contention for those second and third place spots.
Pretty tight battle for the remaining spots here. We have a slight advantage for second place over there in lane 5. So that'll be the Vesper Composite of Aringus and Sturden Oust. Then Minneapolis of Brooks and Pezic. Followed by Greater Columbus, Rodenfels, and Wasuli. And dare I say it's neck and neck on the outsides of the field. This Chinook crew of Holland and Scarapa, Schott, and Greater Dayton's Sedaris and Huser. They were pretty much dead level coming across that halfway point.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging, again, to have two outside boats on outside lanes competing with one another. No way you can see that without turning your head in the boat. Do you do that and see what your margin is, or do you just keep your head down and keep pushing through?
Looks like this Vesper Composite boat is not letting Chinook combo of Lamb and Walters get away from them. If anything, they are taking back on their lead. They clearly have an early sprint. Finding that second gear early before the 250 line is going to spook a few people out there on this field. We'll be able to see if the Chinook pairing of Lamb and Walters can respond. Kind of a game of mental toughness. Who can respond the best to different momentum shifts, different moves or power tens from other crews.
Absolutely. Sometimes your only option is to just take up the rate a little bit sooner than your competitors. You know that you're a little bit further back and you have more ground to make up, so you start your sprint early and hope or trust in your training that you'll be able to make it.
There's not a lot of room left. We still have Chinook, Lamb, and Walters with the advantage by maybe a foot just over that Vesper Composite. It will be Chinook's Lamb and Walters with first, followed by Aringus and Sturden Oust from the Vesper Composite. Then it will be lane 2, Zimmer and Kiesling from Chinook with a surprise third place finish, pulling out all the stops over there in lane 2.
And we're looking at the start line for another women's lightweight double final, this time categories G through K. 4 boats in this race.
We have 4-boat race here between Reed and Mitchell from Chester River in lane 6, Gleason and Van Dyck from Barrow Beach in lane 5, Mark and Little from Chinook in lane 4, Jarvis and Heiser from Mendota Composite Crew in lane 3. That composite crew is made up of Mendota from Madison, Wisconsin, and YMCA Rock River from Rockford, Illinois.
So those are both my hometown and potentially the city that I'm moving to.
It's the Meredith Kisting boat. But for now, we'll call it the Ann Heiser and Nancy Jarvis boat. Shout out to our stake boat holders there in frame, laying belly on the stake boats, holding on to those stern decks, pushing them either out or back in, depending on what the aligner sees there on the shore. Trying to get all bow balls aligned before the race begins. We do have a slight cross tailwind. All boats trying to correct for that so we don't careen into the wrong lane in those first few strokes. And it looks like we will go off at an angle for a few of those crews. Hard because you don't want a false start, but also you want to start going straight down your lane.
Right.
But
So
all crews off to a diagonal.
everyone making great adjustments here, trying to find the center of the lane again after getting pushed a little bit by a crosswind.
At least we're all in it together.
It's only dangerous when we have two boats pointed towards each other. We want to avoid those intersecting paths.
That's our early leader trying to just escape this situation entirely is lane 4, Mark and Little from Chinook. But not letting them go so easily is Jarvis and Heiser, Mendota Composite from YMCA Rock River or is it Rockford? Maybe it's the same thing.
It's
the same thing. Anyways, the Mendota Composite not letting the Chinook boat get away from them here. But it seems we have 2 races in one here. 2 birds, 1 stone. We have a battle for first and second and a battle for third. Lanes 3 and 4, Jarvis and Heiser versus Mark and Little, battling stroke for stroke. Slight advantage to that Chinook crew. And then we have in lanes 5 and 6, now just off our screen, Chester River and Vero Beach. Lanes 5 and 6 battling it out as well for that last medal, that bronze, 3rd place position. Coming across the halfway point, we'll see how these crews respond in the second half of the race. True test of fitness.
Our leading crew doing a great job of matching up angles, matching up leg drives. Second place, Mendota Rock River Valley Composite there, looking pretty fierce as well.
Let's hear it for our battle for third. Vero Beach and Chester River battling it out there. Our battle for first is coming towards that 250 meters to go mark. It's about to get interesting here.
From overhead, it's looking very level.
Beautiful matching here of those oars. You can see those parallel lines, the 2 sets of equipment moving in unison. Then we take a look at the athletes, and they too are moving in unison. Just 2 very proportioned human beings rowing together, wide hands at the catch, using the legs on the drive. Let's see what these 2 pairings are made of here. Will they opt for the step up in rate? Will they opt for more power on the legs? Potentially just an emotional cue that kind of impacts both rate and pressure.
So many options here in the final 250. Anything we can do to add boat speed.
We want to cross that finish line with 0 regrets here. Trying to find that balance of taking risks, emptying the tank whilst remaining in control.
It's looking very close coming in to the last 100 meters or so.
Mendota Composite versus Chinook here, battling stroke for stroke. Bow seats taking slight peeks over at the other, trying to see how much more they're going to have to give here to get that victory, that gold medal for the women's lightweight G through K double final.
This is looking like an incredible sprint for Jarvis and Heiser here. They're going to take gold.
Watch out for those 2 Midwestern ladies. What a battle there through that last 250. Jarvis and Heiser will take gold. Mark and Little will take silver. And here we go, the battle for third. Not over yet. We have lane 6 closest to shore, Reed and Mitchell from Chester River, and lane 5, Gleason and Van Dyck from Vero Beach. Looks like the slight advantage going into the last 10 strokes is for Chester River, Reed and Mitchell.
This race staying so competitive for this bronze medal here. These 2 boats locked in their own race all the way down.
Look at that dramatic ratio. Boom, you'll have your 3rd place winner from Reed and Mitchell.
And we will take a quick commercial break and be right back. And we're back here with the Women's Open C pair final. So 6 boats across here. It's the final only event. We have a pair from Marin in the lane closest to shore, then a Vesper Composite, 3 Rivers in that yellow boat, San Diego there in the lead, up ahead in red, Marin in the next lane over, and then Atomic it looks like there are 7 boats on here, and I have 6 on my sheet.
I also have 6 on my sheet.
Mystery boat, who are you? But I do believe in lane 4, San Diego is our leader.
Lane 2, Atomic, Hometown Heroes here. Oh, excuse me, Vesper Composite. Not Hometown, but the Heroes for second.
So all boats there through the halfway point into that treacherous third quarter. This is the time to make moves by just maintaining that pace. If you have the fitness to hang on to those speeds that you saw earlier, this is going to be the time that you're going to start to pull ahead again by just hanging on to the splits.
Really great spacing here. You can see our leading crew, or at least this Vesper Composite crew, definitely getting a lot of distance per stroke, clearing those puddles off their stern.
I believe that this boat with the yellow blades is Atomic.
You're right, Mare. You're right. I second-guessed myself earlier.
But a shot here of the whole field as these boats begin their sprints in the final 250. Red buoys, time to go. Looking like some boats are very close to the shoreline here.
Definitely having some issues with steering. That Marin boat at the bottom of our screen, trying to stay in their lane.
With another boat in their lane as well. Our leaders over there on the far side, lane 2, Atomic.
Let's go, Hometown. Host of this race, they're going to take that victory, followed then by Marin in lane 3. And then lane 7, we have the second Marin entry of Case and Panko, who might be in a battle for third here between them and San Diego. Looks like just San Diego of Scovel and Kajowski that will secure that bronze medal position.
We love to see tight margins there in the pairs. Really indicative of some relentless racing. And we're back up at the start with the Men's Club 8 final. 4 boats here. This is the C category, closest to shore, Ann Arbor. Lane 5, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 4, Riverfront Recapture. And Lane 3, Austin. So again, I believe this is another Texas Rowing Center Austin showdown in a different Men's Club 8. But surely that his club sharing a lake here, out for a little friendly rivalry. First strokes off the line, 8's picking up a lot of speed here very quickly. So we watch those boats start to clear their puddles as the boat is moving faster. Early leader is Riverfront Recapture in lane 4, maybe 1 seat up on Texas Rowing Center on the other side. Austin maybe 1 seat down from Texas Rowing Center there, and Ann Arbor all the way to the left.
We have quite a race here between these three crews on the right of our screens: Austin, Riverfront Recapture, and Texas Rowing Center. Looks like the battle is slightly separating that crew on the right side from Austin, just falling short, maybe a couple seats. Riverfront Recapture and Texas Center raising the bar just a little bit.
Crossing the halfway point here. Just under 90 seconds into this race, a reminder of how fast some 8s can be. Again, I know every time that I get to do a piece in an 8, kind of get to enjoy how fast that race goes by. It's really special.
Really is. Watch out for Texas Rowing Center taking a move here, gaining maybe a seat of advantage. Riverfront Recapture battling to respond. Both coxswains trying to give their rowers feedback so they can move as one with a clear understanding of what's needed, what's happening, what the reality is at this point in the race.
I would give just 1 seat advantage here to Texas Rowing Center.
Here we go, coming into the red buoys. Let's see which crew has the more effective sprint. It's going to be about bringing up the boat speed, emptying the tanks, taking risks here in the last 25 strokes. Again, these coxswains speaking to our crew via speakers that run all the way down the boat, so each and every rower knows what's happening. They are on the same page with the whole boat, and they can make those moves together in unison, whether it's more legs, more acceleration.
Wow, watching these two boats surge back and forth, exchanging that first place position, I do think it is going to be Texas Rowing Center over the line first. It is, followed by Riverfront Recapture, and then Austin in third. Still Bowdus during contact on that second place crew.
Wild to see those two crews battling so hard that they kind of left Austin in lane 3 almost a whole boat length down. Crazy just how much speed you can unlock by battling another boat so intensely. Last following here is Ann Arbor Rowing Club in lane 6. Just 0.4 separating that gold and silver finish. Next, we have a pretty much full field, 6 boats across. This is the coveted Men's Open B double final. This was ridiculous this morning. We had 12 athletes competing in this event. Oh, excuse me. No, I'm correct. 12 athletes to start. We can only have 6 go on. We had 4 photo finishes in the first heat, 5 photo finishes in the second heat. I'll remind you, photo finish is typically within half of a second. This is ludicrous. We had just Free Radical over Genesee in the first heat, and then we had just Genesee over Minneapolis, then Minneapolis just over the 4th place crew that was Beaver Creek Sculling Composite, who did not make the final. Then in Heat 2, we had Heroes Movement just over Newport Sea Base, who was just over Texas Rowing Center, who then bumped out Riverfront Recapture and Occoquan, again, all within like 2 seconds of each other.
Wow, how are these doubles all going the same speed? It is wild.
So from left to right, and here in this final, we have Minneapolis in 6, Newport Sea Base in 5, Free Radical in 4, Heroes Movement in 3, Genesee in 2, and Texas Rowing Center in 1.
These boats staying pretty tight together, maybe just one boat falling back there, but right now no more than half a boat lead as we approach the halfway point, that 500-meter mark. No doubt these boats looking at the results from this morning heat, looking at the other heat, and seeing just how tight that racing was, definitely going to impact their approach to the first part of the race.
What a start here from lane 3, Heroes Movement, McKay and Joniak. Trying to get a little bit of open water there on the crews next to them. You can see they're pulling away from Free Radical and Genesee. But this crew from Texas Rowing Center, Nifton and Borschel, really not letting them get too much of an advantage here. They're not letting them run away with it just yet. And then looking over to the bottom of our screen, we have quite the battle between Free Radical and Newport Seabase. Newport Seabase finding a little bit of extra something here as they approach the last 250. But can anyone catch this lane 3 Heroes movement?
Potentially with a great sprint, it could be done.
But then we have a ridiculous battle here for the remaining medals. Second and third, no fourth place medal here at 2021 Masters Nationals. We have a battle between, looks like, lane 1, Texas Rowing Center, and Newport Seabase. Can Free Radical get back in this fight? There's not a lot of room left. They have maximum of 20 strokes left.
I was going to say that this Newport Seabase is doing a great job of moving up, but that crew from the other side really just responding. That double from Texas Rowing Center doing a remarkable job of pushing them.
It's going to come down to the line. It wouldn't be the men's Open B double event if we didn't have a photo finish, so hold on, everybody.
We set the precedent this morning.
Newport Seabase, what a finish, just above Texas Rowing Center. That is your top 3 finishers for one of the tightest events we've seen of the men's Open B double final. So again, Heroes movement with first, Newport Seabase with second, Texas Rowing Center with third.
Great job to all crews there.
Especially in that tailwind, that's a hard condition to really battle in, because once you have that momentum, it's hard to get, A, slow down, B, to get that much more speed, because it's so hard to find purchase on the water when you're behind.
Absolutely. Great job to everyone to throwing down some really intense races there in the heats and coming back and matching that intensity in the final.
Next up, we have the Women's Open B Cox 4 final. We have a final-only event because we had 7 entries. We have 7 lanes. So we bypassed that heat stage, and we have 7 boats across here fighting for gold, silver, and bronze medals. Belmont in lane 7, Chinook in lane 6, Minneapolis in lane 5, Lake Lure Racing, shout out to them, started their club just 2 years ago. In lane 3, Lincoln Park, lane 2, Western Reserve, and in lane 1, Riverfront Recapture. Boats are getting into the stake boats here. Stake boat holder volunteers holding tightly onto those stern decks, making sure all the bow balls are aligned to the starter aligners liking. Flag is down from that start tower, and the boats are off. Again, this coxswain is tucked into the bow deck of each of these rowing shells. Almost out of sight here from the spectators, but we know just if we can get a glimpse of that tiny head poking out behind the back of the bow seat. They're there. They're calling this race as they see it, calling on their rowers to respond and really give it their all, stroke by stroke.
Right, we might not see much more than a peak of the visor or some sunglasses sticking out there, but those coxswains are essential here.
Tight racing here to start. We have 6 boats with contact. Our crew here, Belmont in lane 7, just falling off the pace a little bit here in that first 250.
So many boats look dead even here. Over there on the right side of the screen, we have Riverfront Recapture, Western Reserve, even. Then Lake Lure Racing, even. Over to Chinook, even. 4 boats really in first place here.
And not far off, maybe just 4 seats down, we have our 2 trailing crews of Lincoln Park and Minneapolis. Minneapolis now charging to get level with Chinook, and Chinook slightly falling off that first place position. If anything, this tailwind is building here throughout the evening. All athletes trying to find purchase on the water, trying to find a little bit of momentum here before that race is over, before these athletes can really process what's happening.
Right, with this tailwind, it's guaranteed to be speedy. You've got to attack early, and you have to keep attacking. Or if you, it's one of those situations where if you blink, the race is over. We're over the halfway point, just over 2 minutes into the race.
Great shot here of Western Reserve in lane 2. Really great job. See the backsplash here slightly on a couple of these blades, trying to find that purchase. The timing of the entry of the blade is crucial in a tailwind. All athletes getting full wrap around the pin, around that oar lock that secures the oar to the boat. Trying to get full leverage around that point. Looks like that crew in lane 1, Riverfront Recapture, struggling to hold on to that move here into the last 250.
Some of the best rowing crews in tailwinds are going to be those ones that take advantage of the top quarter when that boat is really just starting to pick up speed to get the boat moving as fast as the water below them. Boats all now in the final 250 in the red buoys.
Now's the time to go. Who will it be? We have Riverfront Recapture in 1, Western Reserve in 2, Lincoln Park in 3, Lake Lure Racing in 4, Minneapolis in 5, Chinook in 6, and Belmont in 7. Looks like it will be Western Reserve running away with it here, taking all bets are off here. They're going for gold.
Riverfront Recapture on the other side of them, taking second, taking silver.
Looks like that will be Lake Lure Racing securing that bronze medal position.
See the stroke seat there of the Riverfront Recapture boat slapping the water in celebration.
Then
Great
we had
job.
Chinook and Minneapolis coming in a close succession there. Then Lincoln Park. To close out this race, we have Belmont coming into their last 10 strokes here. And this was the Women's Open B Coxed 4 final. Great showdown between all of these racers who have not lined up next to each other at this regatta. This is the Women's Open B Coxed 4 final. Coming up, we have the Men's Open D double final.
These boats all qualifying for the final through heats this morning.
Mary, you know I have a fun fact about this event as well.
Oh, lay it on
We had
me,
a
Anna.
photo finish between Heat 1's top 3 finishers. We had Berthold and Gagliano from Greater Columbus, just over Lanau and Stanovoy from Detroit, who were just over Green and Dundon from 612 Endurance.
Wow. All 3 of those boats moving on to this final, correct?
Correct. It was top 3.
So all 3 here getting a rematch. Flag is down, boats are off. Closest to shore, we have 612 Endurance, Green and Dundon. In lane 5, 612 Endurance, Faber and Johnson. In lane 4, Berthold and Gagliano from Greater Columbus. In lane 3, Baker and Pezic of San Diego. In lane 2, Lesnau and Stanovoy from Detroit. And in lane 1, Benning and Cone, a Row Boston composite boat.
And it is worth mentioning as well that second heat of these D doubles was ridiculously fast.
Yeah, I remember that now.
We'll see what kind of speed these doubles can bring into the final stage. Sometimes the final can be almost too much pressure. It's just a lot more intense than the heat stage. Some athletes doing better in one versus the other.
We'd also be remiss if we didn't mention that it is nearing the end of the day. It's a good chance that a lot of these athletes have raced in other boats beyond this event, racing over other days on day 3 of racing with some pretty hot conditions.
So the favorite definitely going to be Vagar and Pezic here with a heat time that was 5 seconds faster than both other fastest times from Greater Columbus and 612 Endurance.
They did seem to be in the lead there at the 500, but lane 5 definitely putting up a great challenge here. Faber and Johnson of 612 Endurance.
Again, don't blink or you'll miss this whole race. We have a pretty intense tailwind, tail current potentially condition here. All athletes trying their best to find that purchase on the water and drive the boat forward, trying to add to the boat speed, even if the boat's already moving much, much quicker than normal. They're already in the last 250. It's only been 2.5 minutes.
Speedy doubles here.
Speedy conditions. Your leader is still the San Diego double of Vegar and Pezic with over there in the high vis. We love high vis. That crew over there, the Row Boston composite. Trying to be sneaky in that sneaky lane over there. But watch out for lane 5, your early contender of 612 Endurance.
This wind definitely just a straight tailwind now. We're watching.
Too close for my eyes. Lane 1 and lane 5 battling for second.
It will be San Diego with the gold.
Wow. Definitely wasn't a 5-second margin there. Really great competition from those second and third place finishers. Pushing on Pezic and Vegar there in the last few strokes. And then after that we had Detroit, followed by Greater Columbus, followed by the other 612 Endurance crew in lane 6 of Green and Dundon. Next up, we have the Women's Open D single final. This is final only. These single scullers have not shown up here in this event yet in the regatta. We have Karen Stryker from Asheville in lane 6, Deborah Brazil from Lake County in lane 5, Christine Severson from 612 Endurance in lane 4, Kimberly Elting from Dallas in lane 3, and Paula Goforth from Ann Arbor in lane 2. Again, this is the Women's Open D single final.
Hannah, I definitely have to keep a better handle on the papers on our desk here.
Oh, the wind is
picking
intensifying.
Up, for sure. So
everybody hold on.
Definitely some tricky conditions with the way that this course is lined up. You're warming up to the start in a headwind. Then you turn, you line up, you get aligned in a tailwind. The flag is down and these boats are off in this women's single final.
Should be noted the single is one of the most unstable boats of all the boat classes. The tailwind, while it may make you faster, it also leads to some instability in the boat. So
Absolutely.
We have a pretty tricky combination of the most unstable boat class of the single and the most unstable condition, which is a tailwind. So huge kudos to these single scullers for staying in control and trying to leverage themselves down the course.
Definitely conditions like this can lend themselves to helping us find the most skilled windrower. The person that just feels the most comfortable in a tailwind like this. Sometimes the secret is to just stay at full slide. It's tempting to want to shorten up as your boat gets a little bit less stable, but you can almost guarantee that the fastest single is going to be the one that feels the most comfortable at full slide in a quick tailwind, quick tail current like this one.
If I can get those bow numbers out, it looks like lanes 4 and lanes 3. So that'll be Christine Severson from 612 Endurance and Kimberly Elting from Dallas. Really battling it out here early in the race, trying to make those early statements, trying to make early moves.
Making moves.
Straight arm hang there from bow 4, Christine from 612 Endurance. Again, we have a little bit of separation there on the rest of the field. Lane 6 coming up next, Karen Stryker, currently in bronze medal position from Asheville, North Carolina.
And the other boats coming through here, that was lane 5 and lane 2, Deborah Brazil and Paula Goodforth.
Nothing better than having a battle between the two trailing positions. We'll see if that battle can propel them into a medal contention position. If not, it's just great racing experience to have someone who goes a similar speed just throwing down right next to you. Especially in the single when you have no other teammates in your boat. It's just you and your equipment trying to do your best here, trying to improve throughout the piece, breaking that race up into small bites that you may have visualized or gone through in your head.
We're seeing our leaders here entering the red buoys.
Here we go. Give it up for Christine over there in lane 4, followed by Kimberly from Dallas. Both scullers really charging through this last 250 meters. Here we go, Christine. Here we go, Kim.
Christine built up a great lead here so far. Is there any condition in which she could be caught?
Now, from this angle of our finish camera, it looks like they're in one kind of long double. They're at the same rate. They're rowing very similarly. Christine here bringing the rate up, trying to empty the tank, leaving nothing left, no regrets. So that finish time is the top time she could do on the day.
And it looks like over here in lane 6, Karen Stryker of Asheville in that third place position.
Let's see how much she can close this gap here. We have Christine, Kim, and Karen all charging for the line here in this Women's Open D single final. And it'll be Christine with the gold. Kim takes silver here, representing Dallas, Texas.
And third place, we do have Karen Stryker from Asheville taking that bronze.
Paula over there in lane 2 seeming to separate herself here. Paula Goforth, I love your last name. I find it so fun. Paula from Ann Arbor coming in here with a strong 4th place finish.
And then Deborah Brazil of Lake County. A few more strokes here in these very tricky conditions.
Kudos to all single scullers here in this event, making it here down the course, completing your races. Easier said than done. Coming up next, we have the Men's Open F Quad Final. This will be a 6-boat race. There were heats for this event this morning. We had 8 entries into the event. Only 6 can progress to this final stage. The crews that made it through are Chinook over there in lane 6, Lake County in lane 5, Texas Rowing Center in lane 4, Greenwich Composite in lane 3, a Baltimore Composite in lane 2, and New Haven all the way over there on the right of your screen in lane 1. Your early leaders are here on the left of our screen, so that'll be Lake County and Texas Rowing Center being challenged 1 lane over by the Baltimore Composite crew. It's early in the race, but as we've said, this is a tailwind. This is really fast conditions. If you find yourself losing momentum on the rest of the field, it can be extremely challenging not only to find that purchase on the water to get yourself back up, but also you might just run out of time as the race is unfolding much quicker than usual before your eyes here.
Absolutely. We are just a minute and 40 in. We've already crossed the halfway point. These are some very speedy doubles. Just absolutely tearing down the course.
Texas Racing Center here really commanding that lead here. They're 3 seats up on the rest of the field. We'll see if they can hold on to that margin. It does seem like Lake County in lane 5 is charging. They are not giving up so easily, and neither is Baltimore Composite over there 1 lane over in lane 2.
It did just look like that Lake County boat was definitely picking up momentum, but Texas Rowing Center has had an answer to that charge, and they have taken another seat here.
Again, this is a coxless boat, so steering falls on the athletes. Texas Rowing Center really careening into the other lane. It's on the athletes with the tow steering to correct their point and not interfere with their race. The officials undoubtedly signaling to the athletes to move over. We'll see if that helps or hurts them. Texas Rowing Center with the lead, trying to see if they can have effective steps here, bringing the rate up, bringing the speed up as they come into their last 10 strokes here. Hold on, we have a race between Lake County, Baltimore Composite, and Texas Rowing Center.
Texas Rowing Center looking really strong, coming through the line first.
The Greenwich Composite crew trailing here. They will come in fourth. And that finish order, Texas Rowing Center over Baltimore Composite, followed by Lake County. Then the Greenwich Composite crew, followed by New Haven. Last but not least, Chinook.
Some fast quads there, finishing times just 3 minutes, 13 seconds.
That sounds like the right amount of time that I saw.
If I were to just estimate how many seconds lapsed there.
Coming up, we have a 7-boat race. Quick math. Love it, Mare. Lane 7, Vesper Composite. Lane 6, Chinook. Lane 5, Saugatuck. Lane 4, Minneapolis. Lane 3, Frisco Center Composite. Lane 2, Three Rivers. And Lane 1, Chinook B. This is the Women's Open G through K quad final. Those composite crews made up of Atlanta Frisco Rowing Center from Colorado and Kenai Cruisers from Arkansas. And the other composite crew, Potomac, San Diego, University in Philadelphia, and Vesper in Philadelphia.
That last heat showing us that this is a fast times for quads.
Now, I'm not going to say who, but shout out to our racer here, 86 years old, throwing down here in the G through K event. You can see our boats getting lined up here on the stake boats. The wind is slightly pushing us to port side, so you can see the boats are slightly askew here as they get ready to go. Usually falling to that bow seat or bow pair to really correct the point leading up to that start command. Trying not to move our bow balls forward or backward, but instead just trying to move the boat laterally from side to side, just swinging our bows over to the middle of the lane.
Can be a really nerve-wracking moment as you're waiting for the start. It actually feels like the wind has died down. But nevertheless, anything can sort of push our boats one way or the other. That bow seat trying to stay lined up in the middle.
Just about to get started here. We'll have our athletes with eyes up on that flag there on the starting tower. As soon as it goes down, the athletes are clear to go.
And that's the start.
Starts often fast and furious, trying to get the boat up to speed, using all of that free speed that is adrenaline while the legs are fresh. We're feeling ready to go. Trying to get that boat up and moving, coming into our high strokes where it may be unsustainably high, but that's okay because we'll shift the rate down soon enough.
Right, sometimes you have no real idea of how fast you're going in those first few strokes. Again, the legs aren't hurting quite yet. You're just trying to make sure that your timing is locked on, following your stroke seat. And there is a gust. Presumably
it's windy out here, but we do have quite a lot of boat speed here to try to stabilize us. That tailwind might not be a helpful tailwind today. We see some boats struggling with their points here. Again, no coxswain, so all of that steering is done by the tow steering. So in one of these shoes in the boat, it's connected to the rudder through wires, and you can change the way the rudder is positioned by kind of twisting your toe around. You can imagine doing 200, or I guess only 100 in the 1K, 100 squats with one foot pointed in or out at an awkward angle. You can imagine that's pretty uncomfortable, so trying to get that straight line as quickly as possible, then bring the rudder back to straight. Watch out for these women in green. Looks like lane 4, Minneapolis with the lead here.
Minneapolis with a really confident lead here. Looks like open water back to all other crews. Looking tight here with Chinook coming through the line, and then I believe that's lane 2, Three Rivers with them. Lane 5, Saugatuck coming up next. Then 3, that Frisco Center Composite, and Chinook on the other side, Chinook B. And closest is Vesper Composite. So again, a lot of boats out here in this 7-boat race. Maybe that boat's not in the lead, but they are definitely needing to battle for positions all the way back.
In the quad, really trying to find matching here with 4 athletes. The more individuals you add, the harder it gets. But really trying to use some peer pressure here to try to match up on the different parts of the stroke. One finish, one catch to start, and then trying to find each other in the middle with one leg push, one body swing, and one arm draw. That'll set you up for success here in the quad.
And it looks like this Minneapolis quad is just running away with it. It is looking like a great lead. Next boat back all the way on the other side of the course, closest to us, it does look like
lane 6, I would say Chinook, but closely contested by that crew back over on the other side in lane 2 from Three Rivers. Again, this tail end means there's not a lot of time to respond. These athletes have kind of earned their positions up to this point. It's about finishing out the race, leaving the course with no regrets. Here we come, Minneapolis in bow 4, coming across the line here. That's a gold medal for Minneapolis. And coming up, we have a battle with a little bit of advantage, Chinook over Three Rivers.
Both boats pushing each other. Three Rivers coming in third.
Coming up next, we have Saugatuck finishing out their race nice and strong. That's a 4th place position for Saugatuck. Now we have quite the battle here for the 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. In lane 1, Chinook will take that 5th place. Frisco Center with the 6th place, followed by Vesper Composite in 7th.
And with that, we will take a commercial break here and then be back with the next boat.
And we're back with the men's open JK single final. This is final only. We had 7 entries. We have 7 lanes, so we have 7 single scullers in a row racing for gold, silver, and bronze. In lane 7, Hans Worster from Frisco Center. In lane 6, Red Sargent from University. In lane 5, Bart Pasternak from Saugatuck. Lane 4, we have Tiger Dimmers from Kneisers. In lane 3, Don Tannhauser from Chinook. In lane 2, John Everett from Saugatuck. And lane 1, Cal Sutliff from Potomac.
And everyone now over that halfway point. It looks like maybe everyone reaching it now. This rate's kind of spreading out in these tailwind conditions, as some of those single scullers with that confidence to stay at good, definitive full slide, able to get a nice advantage here.
Good. Looks like our current leader in this black boat trying to make out the bow number from here. It looks like either a lane 4 or potentially lane 3. I think it is lane 4. Current leader from Kneisers. Potentially lane 5 here, as we get word that lane 1 did not start. So then our current leader is instead Bart from Saugatuck. Closely following is John from Saugatuck. Training partners, question mark. Hopefully their schedules allow for them to go out in single rows together.
We're seeing these boats here at the beginning of the final 250 in those red buoys.
Watch out for this lane 7, Hans from Frisco Center, seeming to be in contention here for one of these medal positions.
We can see 3 singles clearly at the front of the pack. Still to be determined if they are able to shake it up and kind of pull off some upsets here. But lane 5 leading here, that's Bart from Saugatuck. But fending off a
very
charge
closely here by lane 2, John from Saugatuck. And we'll see as these crews come across the line if lane 6 is able to catch these scullers here. So that's Red Sargent from University Club crossing this last 5 strokes here in lane 6. First and second will go to Saugatuck scullers. Third will go to University. Finishing next in lane 3 is Don from Chinook. Falling just short of those middle positions, but throwing down an impressive time here in the men's open JK single final.
One more single coming through here. That does look like it is lane 4, Tiger from Kneisers. And quick transition from just 1 single sculler back up to 8 sweep rowers. We have the start of the women's Club 8. In the A category, 4 boats here from all over the country. We have New Orleans over there on the left side of the screen, Capital there in lane 5, Lincoln Park in lane 4, and then another New Orleans 8 in lane 3. So Club 8's coming from close to their clubs.
Definitely a pretty stiff cross tailwind here. So boats you can see here trying to adjust their points before getting that starting command underway. So basically what's going to happen is in a skilled boat, you'll have the athletes know that when you have a point moving like this, you're actually going to pass your oar up to someone in front of you. You're going to have no oar for a second. You're going to pass your oar up to the seat ahead of you, and they're going to reach back, grab your handle, keep the blade close to the hull of the boat. And this is, what is it called?
Sculling it?
Sculling it, but you're in a sweep boat. So that person, maybe in 3-seat in this case, would reach up with that blade from 2-seat behind them, tap the boat so you get lateral movement, not pushing the boat forward and causing more mayhem. Good. We have our last single sculler finishing here. Give it up for Hans Worster, lane 7. Just 2 more strokes and he's over. Yeah, Hans. Crushed it.
So, great work there for our final men's single, making it over the line.
This will be the last 8 event of the day. We have the Women's Club A8 final. We have 4 boats, 2 of which are from New Orleans. Kind of on the bookends here, that yellow boat on the right, and I think the white boat there on the left. And we're off.
This nice New Orleans sandwich here.
Coxswains getting their points. Giving a lot of technical feedback here for just how to match up on this start sequence. Building the stroke length up to full. Making sure we're taking full advantage of all of our natural leverage.
Again, great to watch these boats pick up speed, watching the distance with the puddles. Those first few strokes with short stroke length, just trying to get the boat up moving. Now we're up at some high rates. We're at an unsustainable thing, and we're trying to bring it back down to base pace. Someplace where we're going to be for the body of the piece. Right now, our crew from Capital, they're in red with a slight advantage over Lincoln Park. I would say maybe 2 seats there. Lincoln Park with half a boat of overlap there with New Orleans in lane 3. And New Orleans on the other side still in contact with their other New Orleans boat. Early on, still a lot of room. A lot of things can happen.
But as we've just said, there is quite the tailwind, and 8s are really hard to slow down. When you get them up to speed, it's not a lot you can do to stop them. So that early leader there in lane 5 from Capital, Washington, D.C., with that early lead might be too fast to catch.
At this point, it might feel like you've maybe jumped on a moving train and you have no choice but to keep putting your blade in at the same speed.
We're off the rails. No one can stop us. Capital crew from Washington, D.C., they're in lane 5. Followed then by Lincoln Park in the current 2nd place position, that silver medal contender. Followed by New Orleans in lane 3. Big yellow boat here, making a claim for one of those hardware positions, bringing home a medal.
We've seen Capital add on a few seat lead here. They're probably 8 seats up here, looking now from the side. That coxswain is looking over, telling her crew that she is on bow seat. She wants to be clear of bow seat. And they're going to do everything they can to give that to her. All crews here definitely in the final 250, in that final sprint. Stroke rates are up. The intensity is high. Capital maintaining that lead, but Lincoln Park doing everything they can to fight back up. Last 100 meters, less than 100 meters here. Just strokes left in this race before we know for sure who is the winner of the Women's Club 8. Lincoln Park doing a great job of fighting back into that lead. Very effective sprint there, but it will be Capital, followed by Lincoln Park.
Impressive open water margin here over New Orleans.
New Orleans taking that bronze.
Love that Mamma Mia blue. I know it's probably not their actual name, but it reminds me of Dancing Queen, so I love it. And there we have, last but not least, New Orleans B, lane 6, crossing that finish line. And that'll conclude the last 8 race of the day. Moving now to the next smaller boat, the mixed C quad final.
All of these boats coming through the heats this morning. We saw all of these mixed quads qualify for this final. If those heats were anything like I remember, it was probably some pretty tight racing, perhaps a photo finish.
And right you are, Meredith. That mixed C quad heat 1 was a barn burner of a race. We had 2 photo finishes. Vesper Composite over Austin, and then Lookout over Atlanta Composite. All of those finishes within half a second of each other.
So these boats getting to meet again for a rematch in the afternoon. Presumably
we'll see who was
after
intimidated and who thinks they have something secret up their sleeve.
Every time you say something about being up your sleeve, I want to point out that very few people have sleeves here.
That's a fair comeback, yeah.
Yeah.
Where else could they hide something?
Socks.
In their socks. So up their socks is what I should say instead.
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well.
No, it doesn't. They have a secret. They want to keep it until the end. Here we go. We are underway here with the mixed C quad final. Lookout in lane 6 on the left. Cincinnati next to them in lane 5. Next, Vesper Composite. Then in the middle, Greenwich in lane 3. Austin over there, second from the right in lane 2. And Newport Seabase on the far right. One of your early contenders here. We have, Newport Seabase, Austin, Greenwich, and the Vesper Composite crew battling here. And honestly, Cincinnati's also in the mix for one of those top positions.
Right, we are seeing overlap still across the board. It's still anyone's race.
Here we go, high vis, I love it. That Greenwich crew really cruising here. And Mary, I'd like to point out the stroke seat has a sleeve.
A place for secrets. Half a boat of overlap there with that Vesper Composite crew over the lead, or like just behind the leader of Greenwich.
But Newport Seabase really pushing on both Greenwich and the Vesper Composite crew. Austin just trailing. We have this little pack of 4 boats here. Again, in this tailwind, it's going to be hard to catch these Greenwich scullers here.
They are definitely taking advantage of the top quarter of that suspension. That's where a lot of the movement comes from in these tailwind conditions.
Oh my gosh, and where has Cincinnati come from? Just out of frame earlier, they're now in full force here, challenging for 4th place. Let's see if they can catch these next boats here over there in the lower lanes. Newport Seabase and Austin currently being challenged all the way across here by Cincinnati in lane 5.
Right, we have those 2 boats moving together, Cincinnati and Austin.
And now Newport Seabase challenging our 2nd place front runner, which was Vesper Composite. Now we may, in fact, have a 4-boat race for 2nd and 3rd.
Right, those crews challenging from behind, pushing leaders up even higher into the leaders above them.
Greenwich looking unstoppable here in the last 20 strokes. Keeping it smooth, glassy water here. The wind has definitely died down, allowing these athletes to feel more control, more purchase on the water. Let's see what they can do with it. Big legs here from the Greenwich crew. And I'm stressed. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of boats. There are only 2 more medals. Newport Seabase, Cincinnati, Vesper Composite. Austin just falling short. It will be Newport Seabase in silver and the Vesper Composite in 3rd, followed so narrowly by the Cincinnati crew with that second half charge. Admirable racing there from Cincinnati. A second half crew is a crew I respect. Then Austin finishing the 5th place position, followed by Lookout coming out to finish out the mixed C quad final in 6th. Whew. My gosh, so much action
here. One more race here, final race of the day. This mixed E double final already underway. I do believe that this was a race this morning in the heats with 21 entries.
Meredith, you are correct.
A lot of mixed E doubles here.
Almost as if everyone was prioritizing their mixed E double.
I mean, I think that means that this is the premier event of the regatta.
Everybody, let's bring our attention to the race course here from left to right. Lane 6, closest to our shore here. Rogers and Downhouse O'Gorman from Atomic, local host heroes. Lane 5, Tomaseski and Gates from Dallas. It's a composite boat. Lane 4, Mazzullo and Jablonic from Minneapolis. Lane 3, Griffith and Navda from River City. Cutler and James in lane 2 from Malta Composite. So that's 2 clubs there. Randazzo and Dundon from 612 Endurance in lane 1.
We are feeling some big gusts here for the last race of the day, coming from maybe some unusual direction. So feeling out there for the doubles coming down, it might feel a little bit swirly. The wind's going to feel unpredictable. You're going to feel something from one side, going to feel something maybe from a different side. You don't know what's going on. You got to be ready to adapt.
Our 3 front runners are in lanes 1, 3, and appears to be 5 or 6. I can't tell. It will be 6. So lanes 3 and lanes 6 there with those fastest 500 times. That'll be River City and Atomic. Shout out to Atomic. We love you. We appreciate all that you do for this regatta. Representing Oak Ridge here with the early strong medal contender.
Seeing some fast times as we would expect with this tailwind, a little bit of tail current.
Seems to be kind of shifting. Hopefully these athletes can react quickly as the wind might feel a little bit swirly, a little bit unpredictable. But River City really trying to pull away from it here. Atomic trying to hold on to that medal contention. There are 4 boats battling for 2nd and 3rd place medals. Looks like lane 4, Minneapolis, really making a second half charge here, leaning into that second half race, trying to find their fitness, whereas we have Atomic and all the way over there from 612 Composite, or 612 Endurance, really challenging here for that 3rd place.
There's still enough of the race course left that any one of these boats with a good sprint could guarantee those 2nd and 3rd place boats. But our leader from River City is looking untouchable at this moment.
Give it up for Atomic here, our host club, struggling here to try to hold on to that medal position. Fierce charge here from our Dallas Composite crew. Minneapolis seems to be untouchable in 2nd. But watch out for 612 Endurance making a last-minute charge here in the last 15 strokes.
Is this a headwind?
I think it's a headwind, Meredith. Everybody, hold on. Here we go. We have River City, unshakable lead here. They have open water in the last 5 strokes.
Surely the rest of this field
it's
pushing
them. It's
them.
ball between Minneapolis and 612 Endurance for 2nd. And will Atomic and this crew from the Dallas Composite be able to catch them? Wow. Finishing out the field, we have that crew over there in lane 2, the Malta Composite of Cutler and James. What a finish to Saturday's racing. Thank you to everybody who makes racing possible, from the volunteers to the officials to the U.S. rowing organizers and to all of the athletes. We have, 1,400 entries here.
We wouldn't have a race without athletes.
We wouldn't have a race without you guys, and we appreciate all of the hard work you guys are putting into this regatta. Makes it a lot of fun to commentate.
That will conclude our racing here on day 3 at the 2021 U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals in Oak Ridge. We'll see you back here tomorrow. I am Meredith Kistine.
And I'm Hannah Painter. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
See you tomorrow.